I would like to start this off by giving some background info about my circumstances. As a minor, I was SA'd while I was at a foster home. I was separated from my mother because of the brutal beatings she made me endure, and an older teen in the foster home made me perform intimacy on him while other kids watched. I was very young. I didn't understand what I was doing. This incident made me develop as a very intimately driven kid. I endangered myself and pushed myself on others, but I wasn't even sneaky about it. I got into trouble over it, and I still didn't understand why it was wrong. The adults in my life failed me by not explaining anything to me. Because I am from a relatively small town, I grew up as a very lonely and troubled teen. People were afraid of me, both because of my former intimate incidents and because of some rather violent outbursts I had as a result of being raised worse than a effing animal. To this day, I am still isolated from the people around me. My situation living with my mother never got better either. Eventually, she grew old and weak, and I grew to be a strong teen. So things kind of turned around, I guess. So I was very violent to her. We fought often. It got bad enough for me to be taken away into a foster home as a 17-year-old. Something that's honestly unheard of nowadays in my country. I didn't really adapt well to suddenly being in a safe space though. There were younger teens around and some kids, and I had a routine to follow and activities to do, and it was also new to me. It was the first time I felt I had any stability in my life. I was very chaotic and struggled to stay put. I got in some rowdy fights with some of the other girls, but it wasn't anything too bad. But then the incident happened. Me and some of the girls were playing around in a room when I got turned on in a rather embarrassing way that I don't want to describe. All you need to know is that things escalated, and all of a sudden, the girls were doing something intimate to me. Keep in mind, these girls were very, very young, while I was 17. I should have put a stop to it right then and there, but in the heat of the moment, it just didn't cross my mind that this was wrong. But the worst part was when one of the kids in the foster home walked in on us and just started being so casual about it. There wasn't like a big tonal shift in the room. The girls were still chill with me, and things kind of just flowed, I guess. And then the OP outlines some genuinely disgusting text, which I'm not even gonna begin to try to summarize or even say, but he just continues being intimate with these very young minors. And the OP says, or the viewer says, the kid then walked off and talked about what happened with some of the people in charge. We were all in trouble, but I was the oldest and the most involved one, so I took the majority of the blame for what happened. They had me sent back to my mother's home the next morning. They threatened legal action, but I don't think it will get very far, given how slow things move in this country. If the law ends up catching up to me, I will probably just commit S-word in jail. I don't think I can handle it. I tried so hard to move on from this, but I will never be able to forget that I perpetuated the cycle of abuse and ruined that minor's life in the same way my life was ruined. I can never forgive myself. I tried so hard to cope with what happened. I ended up frequenting some sketchy sites and communities full of people that sort of just were okay with what happened. Not the greatest company to have around. I've long since left those communities behind, but honestly, I am severely understating the impact they had on me. In case anyone wants to do their own research, I'm speaking about and I'm absolutely not going to mention that. The viewer then mentions the exact name of the community, which I will obviously not add, but the viewer continues and says, "It's an entire can of worms I will not be opening today." Some of the people in those communities offered me illegal content involving minors. I wish I could say I resisted, but I was so far gone down the rabbit hole. I spent 2 weeks watching those videos. I felt awful afterwards, every single time. I was starting to get desensitized to it by the time I quit it in a panic. I deleted everything I had saved and blocked everyone I knew and started over on the internet. I had to start over many times so I could have a clean digital footprint again. I left behind so many accounts that had so many memories of who I used to be before the incident. To this day, I still struggle with predator thoughts. I stay away from minors. I only message adults on the internet. I try to stay away from adult videos in general too. I wish I could stop feeling attracted to minors, but I just can't change it no matter how hard I try. The best I can do is to repress it, to try to ignore it. It burns my soul and conscience from the inside. I hate it, and myself. I'm trying to live a normal life, but it's so hard. I can't find a job, and I'm living off of my disability payments that aren't good enough for anything meaningful. I have a girlfriend now. She is from a neighboring country, and we plan to move in together as soon as we can. I want to just leave behind this place, my hometown, and never look back. I will always feel remorse, but at least I will find some amount of peace if I'm able to live a normal life with her. I understand if you decide not to share this confession on the channel because of how heavy it is. You have every right to hate me for it. You have every right to judge me and believe I'm disgusting because that's what I am. I am a predator and a coward, and I don't deserve the second chance at life I'm trying so hard to achieve. But I just had to write this out. I just had to confess it. I can't keep this to myself any longer. It hurts so much to keep it all inside. I'm sorry for being this way. And this is just one of the most disturbing and disgusting and just shocking confessions I've ever received from a viewer. And I just have to be completely honest. I am not a mental health professional in any sort of way. And so all I can say right now is to the person who wrote this, please reach out to a psychologist or a psychiatrist as soon as you can. There are professionals who specialize in this sort of stuff, and please reach out to a professional as soon as you can, and do not try to continue to do this by yourself. Stop trying to handle, your own thoughts by yourself or suppressing it by yourself. Please reach out to a professional that can help you out with this and navigate this, because this is horrifying, and you've already committed crimes. You outlined that you watched illegal content involving minors, and you already violated a minor, and so you could already end up in jail. But before, just reach out to a psychiatrist or psychologist, and they will help you so you don't do anything more, because you've already committed multiple horrific and disgusting crimes. And so reach out to a psychologist as soon as you can. That's all I have to say. But damn, this is just gross. I want to kill my brother. Hi, Snook. I love your videos, and they keep me entertained and thinking while I operate my machine at work, or if I'm trying to beat my insomnia and get some sleep. I would really appreciate if you took a look at my Reddit post here. I won't retype and paste this whole thing in the email because I've already gone ahead and made the post, so I figure I will just link it to you. I would love to hear any of your thoughts or advice for me moving ahead. You always have great intentions, and I have felt very alone on the other side of what I hope you'll read here in the post. Please keep me anonymous if this ends up in one of your videos, but even if it doesn't end up in a video, it would mean a lot if you read it. I hope to gain a little bit of support or positivity in this difficult time of my life. And now let's get into this viewer's post, which is titled, I Want to Kill My Brother. Hi. Firstly, I will apologize for the formatting and grammar here. I am writing this during my work break on mobile, so it'll probably be a bit jumbled. To start this off, you will all need some background. I, 22 male, am the middle child. For sake of identity, I will keep my younger two siblings' ages under wraps, but my older sister, 23 female, and my older brother, 28 male, are the subjects of this story. For further reference, my eldest brother is the only one I share blood with, half-brother paternally, and the rest of my siblings are step, yet I love them like they're my blood. I came into having step-siblings when I was 6 years old, and instantly my two sisters became my best friends. We were inseparable. We played games, watched movies, played outside, drew and wrote things together. We did everything that friends could do together, and I cherished it. When I was at my dad's house before he married my stepmom, it was only me and my big brother. My dad had to work a lot as a single father to two boys with different moms, so he was away a lot, which I do not blame him for. This is just important to understanding the relationship me and my big brother had. It was just us two against the world when I was a young boy. He beat on me and teased me as an older brother does, but I never hated it. I could always justify it as brotherly love, but something did always feel wrong about it. So when I met my sisters, I was over the moon having two best friends that didn't treat me like that. They just loved me. We all moved in together when I was 7, and it was a dream come true. It stayed this way for years until we all started drifting apart when I was about 11 years old. I never knew exactly why this was, so I always just chalked it up to age and growing apart. Well, last year, around my 21st birthday, I really got to missing that connection. My girlfriend had broken up with me, and I really missed having time with my sisters. So I invited my big sister down to hang out. To my surprise, she was very excited. The night comes and there she is, right on time and ready to hang out with me. My best friend and my best friend's girlfriend. It was amazing. I had never been to a bar before, that minus one very short stop, and I was super happy to be sharing that memory with my big sister. But something still just felt off. There was this intangible distance or weirdness between us which I couldn't put a finger on. So I tried to bring up a topic we can connect to, my niece. My big brother had just fathered my niece about a year earlier, and we all love that baby to death. She's an angel. So I said something along the lines of, I know my big brother is an idiot, but I just hope he's a good dad. I think he's a good guy. I say this because my brother is outwardly kind of an a-hole. He is in one of the branches of service, not stating for anonymity, and he has the typical racism that's shared with team guys. My sister says, I don't think he is. This does not strike me as weird in the moment. I understand why she would think that, but I wanted to know why. So I asked. She said, I don't know if I should tell you. This rubbed me wrong. Not in an angry way, but an instant anxiety way. I tell her that anything she says will be safe with me, and that I will never judge her. She takes a deep breath, seemingly eased by me supporting her, and tells me that my brother R-worded her when we were children. Instantly, the biggest pit in my stomach formed, all of the life drained from me. But at the same time, I was not shocked in some awful way. It was almost like confirmation of my suspicions that my brother is a bad man. I cried, she cried, but of course I supported her and made it clear that my sisters are the most important people in my life. The rest of the night went on and I personally felt much better in a way, and I could tell that she did too. Like, putting that atrocity out there for both of us to acknowledge explained everything to me. Because it happened when I was 11 years old exactly, when we began to drift apart. The night ends as normally as it could. but some of what I learned has really bothered me aside from the obvious. The whole family knew other than me and my younger siblings, including my biological mom, who is obviously not with my father anymore. Apparently, I knew as a child and I cannot remember any of it. I don't remember my brother not living with us for months. I don't remember talking to CPS. Nothing. Following this conversation with my sister, I told my parents that she told me, and they invited both of us out to food to speak about everything. This was a weird idea in my opinion to address it in a public location, but nonetheless, their intentions were good. They handled the entire conversation pretty gracefully, but I still felt no different. They asked me if I was mad that they had not told me earlier, and I said no. I told them that I would have killed him if I knew. We lived in the same house. I knew where we kept the guns, and I would not have been able to sleep in the same house as that kind of evil. They also said that he had an awful childhood at his mom's. He was abused and whatnot, but this is no excuse to me. I was assaulted at a church camp as a child, and I have never done anything like that in my life. They do not know this. It is a cycle which you have to break. I don't know if that's immature or uneducated to think, but in my eyes, this is the truest evil a human can commit. And knowing I share half of my blood with him is sickening. Knowing that I have half of the same blood, and that I too have gone through trauma and turned out so differently, just invalidates any of the acceptance I would have had for someone like this. Now, everything feels strange. My big sister told my little siblings, and it has rekindled my little sister and I's relationship, which is a major silver lining of this whole thing. But I am gutted. I wish my brother would die and make it all easier on us. I wish that I knew what to do in this situation, how to move forward or feel like a normal person again. I've always had anxiety and general depression, but this had made me feel like nothing ever has before. I am angry. My insomnia is worse than it's ever been. And I feel like that most things just don't matter anymore. I've quit smoking and quit all nicotine in attempts to be the best me I can be on the other side of all of this, so that's another silver lining. But I guess I'm just here to get this off my chest and to ask, what should I do? I need therapy, I know, but I'm on my own insurance and I haven't been to a doctor in years. I feel overwhelmed by nothing and everything at the same time, if that makes sense. I want to kill my brother. The only reason I will not is because I care about my family. I care about my sisters, and I don't want our family to be the ones known for a brother murdering a brother for being a R-wordist. My mother is the one who truly raised me, and she always taught me that the women in your life are most important. And I feel as if I failed my sister. I feel lost and alone, so if anyone out there can relate, I'm sorry if you relate to this. Or if you have any advice for me, I would really appreciate it. I am sorry for the long post. I will answer questions here, but I will say I'm not on Reddit much at all, so I'm sorry if it isn't the quickest response. I'm also sorry if I left anything out. This has my head racing, and it has for the past year. If you've read this all, thank you. I appreciate it. And now let's get into some of the top comments on this viewer's Reddit post. And one commenter says, reading this honestly hurt. I was SA'd as a minor too, so I get at least part of where you're coming from. I just want to say one thing because I know how easy it is to think this way. You didn't fail your sister. You were a kid. Even if you had known back then, none of that should have ever been on your shoulders. I also agree with what you said about your brother. What happened to him is horrible, but it does not excuse what he did. A lot of us have been through awful things and never turned around and did that to someone else. It's a choice to break that cycle, and a lot of people do. The fact that your sister trusted you enough to tell you says a lot. You believed her right away and were there for her. That's huge. I don't blame you for feeling angry either. If I found out someone I loved did something like that, I'd probably be just as messed up over it. Just don't let him take any more from you or your family than he already has. I really hope you get the chance to talk to someone about all this. You're dealing with your own trauma, and now you've had your whole view of your brother shattered too. That's a heavy thing to carry. I genuinely wish the best for you and your sisters. None of you deserved any of this. And the OP responds and says, I really appreciate this kind comment. I hope you do well in the future too. I'm sorry you can relate to this in any way. I'm getting into therapy at some point too. Just need to figure that all out for me personally. These tiny little internet interactions help for some reason. Even if it's just a tiny bit. Or if it's trivial in some manner. Thank you for taking the time to read what I've written and write this out yourself. And I'll give my thoughts on this. I just have to say, I've already said it before in this video, but I'm not a mental health professional. But I just have to say that I'm proud of you for being able to handle this as well as you have already. I mean, the information that you had dumped on you on a random, lunch with your sister was traumatizing for anybody. I mean, to learn that your brother did that and to learn that that happened to your sister is horrifying and horrible and disgusting. But I just commend you for already working in the right direction, quitting nicotine, rebuilding your relationship with your sister, talking with your family. And I think that's exactly what you need to continue to do, is rebuild these relationships and find solace within your family and help each other out, because this is hard for, all of you guys. And then I think the next step after that is therapy. I think a mental health professional could really help you process this and help you out and help out your entire family, actually, but especially individual therapy as well. But yeah, I'm extremely proud of you for handling it the way you have. I'm sure anybody would have already flipped out already and, done something irrational or spiraled. But it seems like you are moving in the right direction. So like I said, I'm proud of you. And I wish you nothing but the best to work through this. And I hope you find a therapist that really does help you work through this. And I hope your sister and you and your family are able to process this and get through it. Confession about being a sugar baby. Hi Snook, you can call me Kat. I watch a lot of your videos while I get ready and when I need to get out of my head, and it really helps, so thank you for everything you do. This will be a little long, so bear with me. Anything you need to censor of words you need to change, feel free. I totally understand. If you read this, please reserve judgment. And if you post this, anyone listening, I know I need mental help. I have been diagnosed bipolar 1 for most of my life. During one of my most manic episodes, I did something I will always regret. Instead of managing my symptoms, they were managing me. At least, that's a thought that helps me sleep at night. I was spending money faster than I was making it. And as one does in mania, I felt above the world. I began selling myself for the thrill, and of course, for the money. I met this one man. Let's call him Brad. And he was over twice my age. I was 21 at the time. He started taking me on dates to these fancy, expensive restaurants, bars, and to events. He and I spent time together for around 6 months. Around the time I started to slip back to depression, I cut him off. Each time we went on a date, he would give me $200, and if I was intimate with him, $800. It became a common occurrence. Seeing him maybe twice a week, going to lavish places, or him making me a wonderful meal and mixing up cocktails. Over time, it got more intimate, going past a simple escort business arrangement. He told me I was the best intimate partner of his life, which says a lot because he was very old. He spent tens of thousands of dollars on me, and I was fully scamming him. The whole time I was seeing other people for money as well as my boyfriend at the time. Very important to note that my boyfriend knew everything, and I was always very transparent with him. He was falling in love with me while I was using him for any and all money he would give me. I was given access to his credit and debit cards, any shopping sprees I wanted for clothes, jewelry, accessories, also necessities like food and gas. He also helped pay for repairs on my car after an accident, even went as far as to co-sign on my current apartment. He covered all move-in expenses, the security deposit, first 3 months of rent, paid for movers to help with furniture, bought furniture for the apartment with me. He covered everything. He introduced me to his friends, even his daughter. His daughter was only a year younger than me, by the way, which made me absolutely disgusted. He asked me about being in a relationship. I told him I recently had a failed engagement, completely true, and was very hesitant to enter something new. So we kept it relatively casual. That said, we were basically like a couple. Did all of the things couples do. Dates, long, vulnerable talks, among other things. He told me how much he cared for me, how important I was in his life, was making plans for us in the future, and I was completely lying the whole time. I didn't care about him. If anything, I only felt very badly that he was so emotionally attached while I felt nothing. He told me about ex-partners of his, how some had bad endings, how he had been ghosted entirely. Then I did the exact same thing. After I had the apartment in order and everything set up, I completely detached. Blocked his number. He called me from his work phone. Blocked that too. He emailed me, confused and looking for closure. I never replied. Just before this, he sent me flowers through a service to the apartment. They came in a cute box that made it clear they were flowers and clear they were from him. I didn't even open it. I took the box outside and stomped on it until it was flat and threw it out. As the time I spent with him came to a close, the weight and reality of it was catching up to me really fast. I started to feel gross about myself, about the type of work I was doing, grossed out by lying so much and disgusted by how good at it I was. It was if I wasn't even there the whole time, like I was acting, or just playing the role. I don't know how or why I did it all. I mean, obviously the money, but morally speaking, why? Every single choice I made during that time period has been eating away at me. Even how it ended and the way I behaved then. I just needed to get this off my chest, even if only by typing it out. I doubt he will ever hear this, so to the universe, please let him know I am sorry. I will never forgive myself for what I did to myself and what I did to Brad. All I can say is that I regret everything. I could have stopped a shooter from killing 9 people. Hello, I have been watching your videos for a while now, and each time I watch them, I remember my biggest secret I never told anyone. Recently, I started feeling really bad mentally, so I think it'll make me feel better telling someone about this. A few years ago, I was talking with this guy. We were the same age and we lived in different countries, but we got along pretty well, and all we did was pretty much just play games together. We were friends for about 2 years, and it never really got to talking about our lives and private stuff. The last months of our friendship, we became super close. You could say it was a somehow online relationship. He told me many things about his life, but mostly he told me about his hatred for humans. I thought that he was just being edgy, trying to seem cool like every other teenager. And I did not expect this to end badly. I thought that he was joking. He was telling me many things about shooters. His favorite one was by Vladislav Rozakov. He somehow found out so many things about him and was telling me everything about him. Rozakov was his sick hyperfixation. Then he told me about his plan on doing a shooting. I told him that it's a bad idea and that I genuinely just didn't like that idea of his. And after that, he started telling me less and less. I think this was the time he started getting all of the things he needed for it. At the time, I thought that he was feeling better. And although we started spending less time together, I was more than sure that he was doing okay. Every time I complained about us not playing games anymore, he told me he was just studying for his upcoming exams. His attitude didn't change much for about 3 months, and afterwards he became strange again. He was telling me how he hates humanity and would like to kill someone one day. He then told me how many times he would like to commit S-word. I tried helping him, but anything that I said would never be heard by him. He actually mostly ignored whatever I replied to those messages. He just kept talking like if he was talking to himself. And one day I woke up blocked by him. I texted him from my alt account asking what I did wrong and why he blocked me. But he blocked me again. In a week, I saw on TikTok news about a new shooting. I was in school when I saw a video with his face. I was absolutely numb. He killed 9 people and then committed S-word. I was depressed for so long. I could not tell anyone, and I never did. I still had the chat with him. I had pictures saved on my PC, but I had to move from my country and I couldn't take it. Unfortunately, my house was destroyed, so all of the pictures and chats were destroyed too. It makes me so sad thinking about it now. Maybe I could have done something to prevent it. I watched so many videos of his mother crying. He was really a nice guy, and I really wonder what went wrong. This has been bothering me for a while now. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to talk about this with someone. I don't want to talk with anyone about it face to face, nor tell the authorities anything about it. Thank you. Would be glad to be in your videos. They are amazing. I am addicted to escorts. Hi Snook, I am a longtime listener of your videos. I am a 34-year-old male and I'm currently married, but I can't seem to stop hiring escorts. This habit started when I was around 19, having gotten my first job. Some male friends and I decided to visit an adult club. Some of the workers there would offer extra services for an additional cost, so I decided to partake. From then to now, I have probably slept with over 100 escorts, and being in a relationship has never stopped me. I always use protection and never contracted any diseases. Yes, I test every few months, and I have a high-paying job, so this is something that does not affect me financially. It's something I would like to stop, but I'm not sure how to go about it. Thanks for listening. P.S. I have never been caught by my wife, as years of doing it has taught me how to be extremely careful. And I think the best way you could go about stopping this, because like you said, you would like to stop this, I think the best way to go about this is going to some SAA or SLAA meetings, which is Intimacy Addicts Anonymous or Intimacy Lovers Addicts Anonymous. I really think going to some meetings and talking to some people who deal with similar addictions to stuff like yourself would really help. You'd be able to talk about it openly with some other people. It would make you feel less alone. And I just think being able to talk about it openly with people would really help, and they would have great resources and just great recommendations on how to stop this addiction, because that's what it is. But yeah, you don't need to listen to my advice, but I think that'd be a great starting point. So definitely consider looking into some SAA meetings in your area. I'm sure there are some, but I hope that this advice helps you out. Hi, Snook. I don't even know where to start. I am a 23-year-old guy living in Western Australia, and I have a best friend who I'd grown up with since a young age. We were friends since high school. She's of Indian origin, and I'll refer to her as Kavita, false name. We used to be in the same friend circle, but only grew to be very close and eventually best friends after we ended up getting admitted into the same college. She was always the girl next door. Sweet and such, but never romantic interest kind of girl in my life. Not to say she's not pretty by any means. She's, I guess, 5'0", has a curvy kind of physique, and usually actively wore oversized clothes because she was insecure about her body and the type of attention it brought. At least at the point I'm talking about. Recently, it's gotten better. She's also exceptionally smart, was a honors list student throughout high school and college. The event that I'm talking about happened around 2 years ago, but the memory of it was seemingly locked away, and I only recollected it recently due to a trigger I will get into later. We were at a college event, and we were both drunk already, and had the bright idea of trying booger sugar. We hit up one of our guys who we knew peddled the stuff and got it. We went back to my apartment as my roommate was not there at the time, and did, I think, 2 bumps of it each. Now, neither of us had ever done hard drugs before, and it was a lot to take in. It was a cloud 9, but terrifying at the same time kind of feeling. After a while of whatever effing around we did, I ended up very aroused, which I'm not sure commonly happens after taking booger sugar or not, but anyway. And we always had a teasing kind of relationship. And she started joking around about how she wondered intimacy would feel right now on top of this high. I, for some reason, decided this was my sign and basically pounced on her. I don't really remember if she tried to resist or not, but I ended up having intimacy with her like 3 times that night from what little I can recollect. I'm very ashamed to admit, but that was a very euphoric sensation, which made me keep going without any breaks. In the morning, when we both came to, we realized what had happened, but I don't think she saw it as me forcing myself upon her so much as a consensual act, albeit drug-addled. She had a boyfriend at the time, and we decided to keep it to ourselves and never speak of it again. But in the back of my mind, I think I always saw it as our word. I think our memory, or at least mine, was actually affected by whatever was left in our system, as I genuinely had no recollection of this until like a week ago when I saw a R-word survivor video, and it had a girl that kind of looked like Kavita, and this all came rushing. I have no idea what to do. Does she even remember any of it? Does she think it was our word? I would assume not, as we are still very good friends and meet up on a weekly basis. Also, her then boyfriend is her now fiance, and they plan to marry in like 3 to 4 months. What do I do? Talk to her? If so, do I mention that I think it was our word? If all of it was indeed consensual, doesn't her fiance need to know about her unfaithfulness? Is it my place to tell him or not? I'm honestly scared and have no idea what to do. As if she decides it was our word and makes a complaint, my life is over. Yeah. I just wrote this out here because I wanted somewhere to get it out of my system. You can upload this in a video or just keep it to yourself. I don't really care. I watch your videos a lot recently, but never thought I'd have anything effed up enough to admit. Apparently I did. So that's all. I'd prefer if you kept my name anonymous if possible. If you have any further questions, do let me know. And that was a lot of questions, and to be honest, I'm just not in a position to tell you what happened that night or what to do. Like, there is a lot of information that's lacking, and I think this is a perfect scenario to process with and work through with a mental health professional, a psychologist, or a therapist, because I think you have a lot to process, a lot to work through, and a lot to approach here. And you have to just think about all of this very carefully, because I mean, you listed like 10 questions there. I cannot answer these with full certainty. I cannot give you strong advice, but a therapist or a psychiatrist could really help you process this and help you, reach out to Katvia. And, just this entire situation is a lot to unpack. And like I said, I'm not qualified to give you these answers, but I think a therapist could help you work through a lot of this. I am a stalker. Early March, I watched a TV series I wish I never had. You see, in the series, there was a character. Not a main character, but a side character. Some lines not noticeable though, but he stood out to me. Definitely. In this series, there are close-up shots of the characters where you can just see their faces. As I was watching them, this boy stood out to me. He had these deep blue eyes and dark hair paired with defined cheekbones. At first, I just thought he was my type, but as I kept watching the show, I fell for him harder, looking forward to seeing him on the screen and smiling whenever he had a line. I eventually looked up what the actor's name was, and I'll just call him Caleb for the sake of privacy. I looked at the pictures on Google, one leading to his Instagram. I followed it. At this point, he only had about 200 followers. As I'm writing this, he has 17,000. I looked at his posts, all about the show. At this point, I had told my friends about him, and I had found out his parents' names. I found his mom's Instagram, had a look around in it, found some pictures of him as a baby and left it at that. A few days later, I found an old post from 2022 of her and his dad making a Christmas wreath. At the end of the video, they hang it up on their front door, which had the doorknob in the middle of the door. I had Googled what school he went to, and it only told me what primary school he went to, not which school he attended now, but using this and the door, I found his house. Yes, it took me half an hour. Yes, I went through all the houses near the school. And yes, I'm sure that I'm right. You see, in another video of his mom, she is doing an interview. The background, there is a framed piece of artwork covered in glass. In the reflection of the glass, I could see a window with a car in it, white bottom, black top. And on this house in the driveway, a car with a white bottom, black top. Also, I found his mom's Pinterest account. On it, she had a board called Garden. On the board, there were lots of in-ground trampolines saved. And yes, in the garden of the house, there is an in-ground trampoline. I wouldn't ever go to his house, as that would scare him off. But the thought has crossed my mind. My friends are concerned. They tell me I've lost my mind. I know everything about him. His likes, dislikes, cat's breed, school, birthday. Now I've started looking into his family in the hopes of finding out more information about him. I've also got connections who know him. I have talked to his neighbor, someone who went to his primary school, and someone who he's filmed with. All are afraid of me or for me. I don't know. Either way, it won't change my obsession. I'm too deep in now to turn back. I don't know what the end goal is for me, whether it's to see him in real life or to date him. I don't mind as long as he acknowledges me. I have 375 pictures and videos of him, 64 of which I shouldn't have. I've fallen into a rabbit hole where I'll find a piece of information and it'll piece together with other things, making me find out another location or thing he's associated with. I'd like to say I've tried to stop, but I really haven't. I enjoy the excitement of finding out something about him that I shouldn't know. I crave it. Sorry if this was very jumbled. I just needed to let go of it. Snook, if you're reading this, I love your videos and they help me every single night. I used to struggle with sleep, but these videos help a ton. Keep up the good work. I hope this makes it into a video, but if it doesn't, it feels good to get this off my chest. By the way, I left out a lot of things as they would reveal who I'm talking about, or they just weren't fitting. Addict Confession. Hey Snook, I've recently started listening to your podcast almost daily at work for about 3 to 4 months now. Real big fan. Anyways, here's my confession. I have never ever been honest to anyone about this, and I would say not even to myself. I, 30 female, have been addicted to Adderall since I was 24 to 25 years old. I've always been afraid of being fat, so I started using Adderall to lose weight. And overall, it does help me get stuff done like cleaning and even working. I've always felt like, as a kid, I would struggle to concentrate and anything understimulating. I would start daydreaming immediately. I struggled with being on time, work ethic, and just overall motivation. Around 2020, I started working at this chiropractic clinic. At first, I was able to get it through your regular drug dealer, but then we hired a new girl at my job and we eventually became close. Eventually, she started going back to school and she was getting Adderall prescribed to her, and she would sell them to me for just $5 a pop. Usually, drug dealers or other people sell them for $10 up or $15 a pop. I would buy at least 20 or more at a time, and I would work out on them. I would do everything on them. Around when I was 25, I started doing stripping, and I always wanted to look nice and fit and slim. Obviously to attract customers, but also because, as I mentioned, I was extremely hyper-focused on my weight and appearance. Once she moved back to Iowa, I was doomed. So I started looking for another dealer, and the price went back up. I put myself in a little bit of a financial bind because I kept buying at least $100 worth 2 times a week, using my credit cards, moving money around, etc. around all this time. I had gotten a good paying job with full benefits and was still stripping part-time. And still, I was putting myself in a horrible financial spot because of this addiction. I'm in a better situation now than I was then, but I still buy Adderall consistently. I have finally come to terms that I am a full-blown addict. I'm scared I'll never be able to kick it. I feel like I cannot do anything mundane without it. I struggle with this corporate job. New job as of 2025 with even better pay. So that's how I'm able to sustain this addiction financially. And I no longer strip as of December of 2024 because I am now in a relationship happily, but my boyfriend has no idea I do Adderall. My boyfriend is actually sleeping right next to me while I lay here typing this. It's 11:30 p.m. and I can't sleep because I popped one earlier in the day and it's still keeping me up. I know this will catch up to me one day, health-wise. I'm not sure who to reach out for help or if I'm ready to kick the habit, but I want to. I just wanted to get this off my chest. Thanks for reading, Snook. Please keep me anonymous. Back in January 2025, I was stationed in the Kursk region of Ukraine. 2 other guys and I were scouting a small town near where we were set up. After a while, we entered a house and heard small noise from below. We looked around for a while, and we found a loose wood piece in a corner. We opened it to reveal 15 or so people in the basement. Men, women, and children. We entered and asked questions and looked around, and we found a small stash of weapons. We questioned the men about it, but they kept swearing they weren't opposing soldiers and they meant no harm to us or my 2 friends. And we stepped out to talk about what we were going to do. As I was left to watch everyone, the women were screaming and the kids were crying, and the men were acting clueless to the stash of weapons we found after a few moments. I got overwhelmed, and something inside of me snapped, some kind of anger or something, and I killed them. I killed every single one of them. Not just the men, but the children and the women too. Just like that. One magazine of my gun that many people gone in a mere couple seconds for no reason. My friends ran back in and we just kind of acted as though it didn't happen. I still have the watch one of the men were wearing. I think about quite often, and I've never told this story to anyone. I don't know if I will ever say it again. I tell myself they meant us harm, but it doesn't make it go away. I had to get this off my chest. Please keep me anonymous. Thank you. My best friend almost died, and it's all because of me. I harmed many more people in the process, and the friend is still suffering. I am a horrible person. Before this story, I would like to add a trigger warning for death threats and S-word mentions. For context, the friend was diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome, which is on the autism spectrum. This affects them a lot, and it changes their perception on how society works a lot. They may not see some things that others might deem very obviously inappropriate this way, so I take full responsibility for what happened. Also, I will use pronouns they, them for the friend, even though they used to identify as she, her back then, and I myself as a female. It was a warm summer night. I was staying at their place. Note, the friend lives far from me. We aren't classmates and never were. We were both minors, young teenagers to be exact. The friend wanted to play some prank on somebody. We eventually came to a conclusion that sending death threats to my former classmates would be a good idea. Please don't do this. It's very harmful and illegal. That summer, I transferred from my elementary school to my grammar school, which I still go to, so I wouldn't be in contact with any of the classmates anymore. We sent the threats to 13 people. 13 effing individuals. We mentioned their full names, made it all creepy and stuff. What the hell was I thinking? My mom was still in the parent group of this class, and the parents eventually found out that it happened to multiple people. My mom even asked me if it happened to me too. I remember how my heart stopped when she told me the police were investigating it, obviously. This was probably extremely easy. As the stupid kids we are, we texted it from their phone number. In fall/winter, I don't remember exactly, my mom told me that she needed to talk to me when my sister wasn't home. She told me that the police contacted her, telling her that they need to bring me in. She said that maybe it was a mistake, but we had to go. I went with my dad and his friend who's a lawyer. We went into the room, and there were even some officials, and the policeman started asking me questions. I was sobbing violently through all of it. I even lied with one of the questions, saying that I don't remember how many people we texted because it was too hard to admit, and it still is. In winter, before Christmas, my dad came to our home randomly. My parents are divorced, therefore my dad does not live with us. That was uncommon. He said that him and my mom need to talk to me. They told me that I'm going to have to go to court. I was terrified. They told me that I could pick whether I wanted to be before Christmas or in January. Obviously, I picked the second option. The friend went to court too, by the way. The day of court, I went to school. I was so anxious that I almost threw up multiple times. Even my friends kept asking me if I was okay. I couldn't see straight. I kept seeing black. I told them that I'm going to the doctor later that day anyways, which was a lie, to cover up the fact I had to leave early for court. When I went to court, I started sobbing again. We went into the room. It was a pretty small compared to what you see in the movies. The lawyer friend went with me and handed me a pack of tissues, which was by far not enough for me. My parents sat in the front row. It wasn't public court. Only a few people were there. Both my parents looked remorseful of the day they decided to have me. and I absolutely get them. I cried through the whole thing, barely able to speak when I had to. In the end, I got nothing but a warning, and most likely, irreversible trauma. Even since then, my friend has been struggling really bad mentally. When I said that I almost got them killed, I meant that it's my fault they started struggling like this, which led them to attempt S-word twice. Last time I saw them, about a year ago, they had arms full of scars. Like full, fresh and old. Their mom is trying so hard to help. They've been to a mental hospital multiple times. They go to therapy regularly, but nothing is helping. We don't talk much anymore since it happened, but when we do, it concerns me really badly. They often reply with just silly stickers or very short messages, but not in a fun way. It's just plainly concerning. They've informed me of things like having intimacy at a very young age, or that they're now texting someone who even they classify as a predator, who buys them free stuff. I tried warning them. I tried helping in many different ways, but nothing seems to be helping. I haven't been doing so well either. I replay the moments every day, even though it's been 3 years. I have also done extreme things to myself many times, though not as severe as theirs. Maybe some stuff here and there, a bite, a bruise, but not anything deep. The S-word thoughts haunt me every day, though I will not do it, as the fear of not succeeding and carrying the consequences and guilt is a risk I'm not taking. I'm not happy with myself. I have not been diagnosed by a professional, so take this with a grain of salt. But all of these signs are pointing to depression, like abandoning my hygiene or losing interest in most of my hobbies. All I do is scroll, play video games, and watch adult videos. Unfortunately, I'm really good at hiding it. Nobody seems to suspect anything. God, I'm making this about myself again, am I not? Thank you for reading, I guess. Now just go ahead. Please judge and hate me.
Got 5 unexplainable scary stories for you, and these stories are just, wow, great and fun to listen to, and perfect to listen to if you're studying, sleeping, relaxing, or just want to listen to a scary story. And thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate it a lot. And please like the video and subscribe to the channel before we get into the video. The channel's goal is 500,000 subscribers, so please subscribe to the channel. And yeah, without further ado, let's get into 5 unexplainable scary stories. Anthony Willis. Anthony Willis is sitting in my chair today. A young man who is somehow skinny and fat at the same time and has greasy, unwashed hair. It crosses my mind that maybe I should have the chair clean when he leaves. This is his first time, and he is still young, fresh and stupid. Hopefully, when he leaves my chair, he will be knowledgeable and maybe, just maybe, have gained a little understanding. So, how old is your child? Oh, 2 months. Interesting. Most new parents count the age of a newborn through weeks and days. Makes sense when every week is a new milestone. And most of them don't need a second to think about how long the child has been in their lives when they've only been there for such a short time. Do you have a wife? Yes, she's 21. Wow, that's the most defining thing he can think of about her? Her age? Not how long they've been married or even her name? Now that I think about it, he didn't mention his kid's name either, or even if they're a boy or a girl. Of course, I already know it's a girl because I read his file before he came in. How are they? Now he's fidgeting in his chair. Interesting. Good. They're pretty good. Pretty good, so descriptive. And he actually broke eye contact with me to say that. This guy is a horrible liar. Thank God. He'll be so easy to break. Yes, but we're not here to talk about them, are we? He brings his eyes back to me and sits up when he realizes that the small talk is over and it's time to get down to business. We're here to talk about you. So how are they in relation to you? I must have caught him off guard. He's uncomfortable. He's actually stretching his arms out and placing his hands behind his head in a subconscious attempt to take up more space. Typically, in a human male, this means they are either intimidated or trying to impress someone they are attracted to. Something tells me it's not the latter. After a few seconds of painful silence, I decide to help him out. Let's just start with your wife. Would you say you have a good relationship with her? I'm leaning forward, eyebrows furrowed, hands together on the table. It seems like the more attention I pay to him, the more awkward he becomes. It's delicious. Yeah, well, it's okay. God, this guy doesn't want to talk. That's fine because I've dealt with a lot worse. I have a lot of baddies come through this room and sit in my chair, so far I've broken them all. Do you ever have arguments or disagreements? Now I've got them. People who are on the brink of divorce or murder will more times than not tell me that their marriage is okay. I think that people have a very hard time revealing things like that to strangers. We've been conditioned, after all, to slap a band-aid on a bullet hole and a smile on our face during hardship, especially marital strife. Well, yeah, we do. We do argue. What do you argue about? He's looking away from me again. I think this time he's trying to hide the emotion in his eyes. Lord forbid a man were to show any emotion. He gives a tiny chuckle that looks like it took a lot of effort to get out. Everything, really. Everything. That doesn't sound okay. That sounds miserable. Yeah, miserable. It can be, actually. Ever since she got pregnant. He's still not looking at me. In fact, he is trying so hard to avoid eye contact, he has his face pointed almost completely away from me. That painting of a plant on the wall must be extremely compelling because many of the people who have sat in that chair have spent quite a bit of time staring at it. Funny, because I always thought it was just a dumb painting of a plant. How have things changed between you two since she got pregnant? More fighting. A lot more fighting. Now he has gotten to the point where instead of spreading out, he is starting to take up less space. He's gripping his thighs and sitting upright. What do you fight about? Try to be specific. He's moving his hands up and down his thighs now. God, he just can't stop fidgeting, can he? Just stuff like, I don't know, it's always something. Every time I walk in the door, there's something wrong. Like I've done something wrong. I just can't do anything right. Do you help with the baby? Man, I try to. So now he's calling me man. Looks like I'm already breaking down walls. But it's like, what am I supposed to do? It's not like gonna be able to make it stop crying. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. So now the baby's in it? And she's breastfeeding it, so it's not like I can help with that. And she never wants to just let it cry. She thinks it's our job to just jump up every time that it makes a sound and find out what's wrong. And I'm just like, won't she get spoiled like that? The more upset that he gets, the more fragmented and confusing his sentences are. But we've had one advancement. He referred to his baby daughter as she instead of it. So, would you say you have different parenting ideals than your wife does? Oh, yeah. He's looking me in the eyes now and nodding furiously. Sometimes I'll get mad and I'll be like, so what? Let the damn kid cry for a bit. And then she'll just lose it. Lose it? Oh, yeah. Now he's mimicking my behavior by leaning forward and using hand motions. Suddenly, I'm his best friend. Tells me I'm a bad dad. Tells me she hates me. I hate it when she says that. Because you love her? Because it fucking pisses me off. His reaction is almost explosive, and I've dealt with worse, so I don't react. Because you love her? Yeah, I guess, he mumbles. What about your daughter? Do you love her? Of course I do. I mean, she drives me batshit, but she's still my kid. I just don't know. I don't think she should be treated like the Queen of England, you know? Oh yeah, I know. I know all about you, Anthony Willis. And I know exactly how you feel about your wife and daughter. Does your wife call you names or put you down when you fight? Yeah, lazy bastard, fat ass, dumbass, deadbeat. Like, she thinks it's my fault I can't get a job in this shithole economy. I'm not applying myself. How long has it been since you held a job, Anthony? I already know the answer, but I ask anyways. Just because I want to see him squirm. It's been, like, a while, maybe a few months. Suddenly, he's not looking at me anymore, and he's leaning back in his seat like he thinks if he gets far enough away, the question won't hit him, or maybe that I won't hear him. But I don't have to hear him because I know why he's really sitting in my chair. So, does your wife work? No, of course not. She can't work because of the baby, right? She quit her job like a couple months before the baby was born. Isn't that a load of shit? She just gets to prop her feet up all day while everyone rushes around her like she just gave birth to baby Jesus. And then they all scream at me to get a job like it's just that easy. If neither of you work, then how do you support yourselves? Of course, I know the answer to this as well, but it's very important that he says these things out loud. It's the only way I'm going to lead him to the truth. Her parents, they've got a little money, I guess. We sleep in the spare bedroom, sometimes. Sometimes I just sleep on the couch because I don't feel like fucking dealing with it. Sometimes I just want to get a full night of sleep without the kid waking me up, Yes, Anthony, I know. I know all too well. She insists on having the baby sleep in the bed. I don't see why she can't just put the crib in the bathroom or the living room and then just let the baby cry for a little bit, even for just a few hours if it means we'll get some sleep, But no. I need a full night of sleep sometimes, What about your wife? Does she ever get a full night of sleep? What does she need it for? What does she do all day? She's always either sleeping, watching TV, or just completely glued to that baby, but then she complains at me that I should be doing the dishes and making dinner, even though I literally spend hours every day on the internet searching for jobs. But as soon as I try to take a break, you can guarantee she's going to come in and start screaming at me. I think it's funny that a few moments ago, he wasn't even speaking in full sentences to me, and now he's spewing paragraphs. He's not uncomfortable anymore. He's still fidgeting though. He keeps his eyes on me, but his hands are traveling all over his body like he's covered in ants. Guilty conscious, Anthony? Living with your in-laws must be stressful for you as well. I'm trying to hit all the pressure points. How worked up can I get him? And what can I get him to confess? Man, you don't even know. I know, Anthony. I know all about it. But I want you to tell me anyways. Her dad? The dude fucking hates me, hates my guts. He's constantly telling her to leave me, and he really wants to kick me out, or kill me probably. And then her mom is just a bitch, just a straight up bitch. She doesn't like cussing, doesn't like drinking, or smoking, or anything except for her grandbaby. She treats that baby like it came from God, but me, the man who made the baby, she treats like shit. Go figure. Do you fight with her parents? Yes and no. They won't say anything to my face. They just say it to her, and then we end up fighting because of it. Do you get angry? My voice is so low now, it's almost a whisper. I'm leaning forward, preparing for the pounce. Who wouldn't? How angry? Well, sometimes. His voice is getting lower as well. I hear that baby. That damn baby screaming. And I swear to God, I want to kill her. He's holding his hands in front of himself now with his fingers clenched. The tendons in his hands are sticking out, and I can see veins under his transparently pale skin clearly. So what do you do when you're angry? I've already got him. He'll answer any question I ask him, but I still want to lead him into his own realization. Also, I'm not done toying with him yet. I throw things, break things. Her mom doesn't like for me to get drunk, so sometimes I just throw empty bottles and break them when they're not home. I slam the doors. I punch the walls, kick the walls. I punched a hole in our bedroom door one time. I can't help it. It's really hard, Being a man, but being treated like a little kid. I just want a little fucking freedom. How does your wife react when you go into a rage? Oh, all scared and shit. Like she actually thinks I'm gonna hurt her. She gets all freaked out. One time she told me that if I laid a hand on her, then her dad would shoot me. Dude, at this point, that fat old man can go ahead and do it. It'll be a fucking blessing right now. And what about the baby? Have you ever hurt her? God, no, of course not. I've screamed at her before, told her to shut up, but all parents get frustrated. It's actually supposed to be normal to get frustrated sometimes, but I get treated like I'm a monster or something. Sometimes when she's crying so fucking loud, it's like I just can't take it anymore, and I have to punch something. Like the wall? Or the door? Yeah, like that, you know? Or what about the lamp? Do you sometimes smash the lamps? Sometimes. Yeah. It's like I just want some fucking sleep and sex. This is really hard to admit, especially for a man. But you know, we've been fucked since before she gave birth. She doesn't understand because for her it's not as big of a deal. She doesn't even take one single second to think about how that affects me, especially since I can't really jerk it more than maybe once a day since we have absolutely no privacy. I have to hide in the bathroom like I'm a kid again. It's humiliating. By this point, I'm feeling borderline rage, but I've learned how to hide it very well. My face remains practically expressionless, although underneath, I'm tensing up for the kill. Think about the last time you argued with your wife. What was it about? At first, it was because I wanted her to actually show me that she loved me, you know? Like, put the baby down for the 2 goddamn seconds and pay attention to me for once. Oh, she didn't like that. Of course she didn't like that. How dare I imply that I'm a human being with needs, right? By needs, do you mean sex? Not exactly. I'm just a physical person, you know? Love languages and shit, well, I'm physical. I like to be touched, you know? Initiate a kiss or something every now and then. If it leads to sex, it does, but it doesn't have to. But at the very least, she could at least try. She would always complain that if she tried, it would hurt. But, like, how the fuck is she gonna know if it hurts this time if she won't at least try? Once you get this guy talking, he could go on forever. I could get him to spill his entire life story to me right now if I wanted to. But I don't. I just want one thing, and I'm getting closer and closer. What happened next? I don't remember too well, to be honest. Now he's acting like I'm his good buddy. He leans back in his chair and stretches. Talking shit about his wife seems to be making him more confident. Men like him love to talk shit. And when they actually meet someone who will sit there and listen to it without kicking their ass, they eat it up. The hardest part of my job is pretending like I'm not disgusted by men like him. You left the house, didn't you? You were quite angry. Man, angry doesn't even cut it. I was pissed. I think I did leave. Maybe I went to a bar or something. I must have gotten real shit-faced because I can't remember anything. Can't or won't. I have to speak slowly and enunciate each syllable to keep from screaming. What does that mean? Let me help you out. You didn't go to a bar. You went to a gas station. You bought a lot of beer. You drank a lot of beer. All by yourself in a gas station parking lot. Then what happened? I went home. His poor stupid brain is going into overdrive now. I think for the first time he's actually starting to question where he is and maybe who the hell I am. But there's no time for that, and he wouldn't understand yet anyways. I have to keep him on track. We're nearing the breaking point. Yes, you went home. Now focus on remembering. I'm leaning so far over the desk now, I'm practically laying on it. My eyes are stuck on his so hard, he doesn't dare look away. I have to keep him focused. Her parents are still gone. I was really happy about that. I couldn't stop thinking about how lucky I was, but then I was really mad. Why were you mad? Because the fucking door was locked and I didn't have a key, and I was pounding on the door and yelling, and she wouldn't come and open it. She was purposefully not letting me into my own house. It's not your house, Anthony, but that's not important right now. He's making progress. So, how did you get in? Oh, easy. He looks down at his bloodied right hand. I broke the window on the door and just reached through and unlocked it. It was really simple. I was so drunk that it didn't even really hurt. And your wife, she was inside? Yeah, I think so. He was still looking at his hand like he just couldn't comprehend. I can't let him finish the puzzle yet. He needs to put the pieces together in order. Anthony, your wife, what was she doing? What did she do when she saw you? She started fucking screaming loud, telling me to stay the fuck away from her. Oh, yeah. Then she tells me, guess what? Her parents are at the police station. They're trying to put me in jail over a tiny punch, like not even half force. And what did you say? I told her that if I was going to go to jail, she was going to be a hospital. So she fucking runs like a little bitch into her parents' room and locks the door. I can hear the dumb bitch through the door. She's on the phone saying, oh God, he's going to kill me. Help me, oh God. I'm mad, so I start kicking the door. I'm really only trying to scare her, but then the door breaks. And next thing I know, there's a gun pointed at my face. She's pointing a gun at me, but she has the nerve to call the cops on me? I wasn't even afraid though. I mean, I knew she wouldn't do it, you know. There's no way she has that much courage. So I just start walking forward and she's walking backwards and crying and saying, don't make me shoot you. So you know what I did? I walked right up to her. I took the gun and held it to my chest. And I just said, if you're gonna do it, fucking do it. And you know what she did? She threw the fucking thing on the ground. And then she's just crying and saying, please don't hurt me. That bitch was gonna shoot me. Can you believe it? He's no longer on the line between crying and laughing. He's playing hopscotch with it. But she didn't shoot you. She couldn't do it. The game is over. Anthony Willis will be leaving my chair and taking his filthy, greasy hair with him. He won't be leaving a better man. It's simply too late for him. But maybe I can rid the world of his stench once and for all. Maybe I can properly finish the job he left half done. No, she couldn't. She was too sweet, too kind, too babying, too scared. Hell, I don't know. But she made a fucking mistake. I saw some bright lights. Yep, she had called the fucking cops on me. She had denied me sex like I was fucking unworthy, locked me out of my own house, pulled a gun on me, and then called the cops. And of course, who are the cops gonna believe? Not me for sure. They always take the chick's side. Always. Probably because they think she's gonna bone them, you know? No, Anthony, I don't fucking know. A shoulder to cry on becomes a dick to ride on, as they say. What did you do to your wife, Anthony? Well, I thought, you know what? Maybe I should show her what it's like to have a gun shoved in her face. So I grabbed it off the floor and pointed it at her. And then, I don't know, I was so drunk. Yes, you do remember. You remember exactly what you did. I remember she screamed or something. The cops were banging on the door. It scared me. Say what you did. Say it. I realize that I'm no longer sitting and I can't calm myself down enough to sit back down. I'm going to break him. He looks at me with tear-filled eyes, a pathetic and ugly look for him. I was just so scared. No, Anthony. She was scared. I think there was some kind of accident, like she fell. His veiny, bloody hands are on his face now. They weigh down his skin and make his eyes look saggy and inhuman. No accident. What did you do? I think he's rocking now. The truth is fighting him hard. It's fighting to come out and be free. And I think that very soon he will be defeated by it. I think I shot her. Shot who? Who was she? I'm walking across the floor now and then standing over him. I want to hit him, but I know it would be pointless, so I fight him the only way I know how. My wife. Her. No, Anthony. Her name. What was her name? Oh God, what's happening? Where am I? Who are these people? He tries to rise from my chair only to find that he is bound, but not by chains. Why can't I leave? Why can't I stand up? This is my last question, Anthony. Just answer it, and I will answer your questions. I'll tell you everything. What was her name? He curls up his knees and hides his face in them like a tired child. I can't say it. You have to say it, or you won't ever leave this room. You won't ever leave this chair. Please don't make me, please. He's openly sobbing now, and I can't help but remember how he felt towards his sobbing, pleading wife. You cannot leave unless you say it. There's no other way. This is the toughest stretch, but I know that I've already won. All I have to do is keep pushing. He's so close to breaking. He's wailing, stops, and he is calm for a few seconds. He breathes deeply a few times, and I allow him this reprieve. When he looks up at me with bloodshot eyes, I know there's no need to prod him anymore. The truth is bubbling its way up to the top. The silence is thick and heavy and suffocating, which I know will make it all the more relieving when it is broken. Priscilla. My wife's name is Priscilla. The words come out flat and emotionless. I wonder if this is the same way he looked when he pulled the trigger. Her name was Priscilla, I correct him. Standing up, I walk away from him and sit back down in my chair across the table from him. It's time to answer some questions. Your name is Anthony Willis. You died when you were 23. This is the house that you killed Priscilla and yourself in 10 years ago. These are the people that live here now. You can see them, but they can't see you or hear you. They have a message for you. The young couple sitting on the other side of the room are watching with wide eyes. I know that they can't see or hear him, but the goosebumps on their arms and panic in their faces tell me that they can sense him. One of them is gripping the other's arm so hard I can see pale fingerprints in their arm. Anthony is sitting in the chair and finally looks like what he is. Dead. His eyes are flat and detached, his mouth hanging slightly open. They want you to know that this is their house now, and you are not welcome here. You never were welcome here. It's time for you to stop breaking their lamps, kicking holes in their walls, and terrorizing their children. That's why I'm here, to give you this message and to enforce it. He doesn't respond for a few seconds, but I am willing to wait. I have learned that death is a very hard thing to accept, even for those who deserved it. I'm not surprised when he finally starts to fight against his invisible bonds. He is trying so hard just to stand, but I know that his chains are unbreakable. Much stronger people than him have fought them and lost. The chains are made powerful by personal items of his obituary, a picture of him and his dead wife at their high school prom, and a picture of his dead wife and their baby daughter. The couple, who now owns the house, are becoming more frightened as he struggles. His presence must be stronger now with all the energy he is exerting. If he keeps this up, they may be able to see his physical presence. No, this is my house. You're not going to take that away from me. You can't make me leave. He is fighting full force now, which is actually stronger than I would have thought when I first met him. No, Anthony, you are going to leave. I pull a lighter out of my pocket, click it, and produce a small flame. Anthony seems to go even paler when he sees it. When I burn these items, you will be released from this world to go wherever it is you will go. Wait, his voice is high-pitched and panicky. Where will I go? That's for you to find out, Anthony. I'm still alive, so I don't know. I bring the flame towards the pictures in front of me, but he cries out again, and I allow him his last words. Am I going to hell? He asks quietly and looks pleadingly at me. I don't know, Anthony. Why don't you send me a postcard? I like the pictures. I know the couple in the room with me can hear the screaming because they both jump and grow a shade paler. One of them actually screams out loud and acts like they are going to bolt for the door. To my surprise, they find enough courage to stay. I know that I was terrified as well the first time that I heard the wailing death screams of an unwilling spirit being forcefully ripped from this world, but now I find a small amount of pleasure. The world could always use less Anthony Willises. Of course, it's the most horrible people who seem to cling to life the hardest. It might be because they are so terrified of what waits them on the other side, or maybe it's because they want to just inflict as much pain as possible. Either way, it's not my job to know. It's just my job to get rid of them. Not a job I chose, but the job that was chosen for me. The last remnants of Anthony Willis are fading out of this world in long tendrils of smoke that continue to spark in an unworldly manner. The young couple are holding each other and hiding their faces from the gruesome sight that I have grown so desensitized to. Eventually, the smoke starts to clear, but a musky, sulfurous smell is still lingering in the hazy room. Yes, I'll definitely be having that chair cleaned. The next few moments are silent except for the haunting echoes of Anthony's passing. The couple finally look towards me. One's face is tear-streaked, and they are trembling. The other steps forward and addresses me while never letting go of the other's hand. Is it gone? They ask in a whisper that is barely more than a breath. Yes, he's gone now. He won't be back either. Of course, if I were you, I would still keep my eye out for any other occurrences. While uncommon, this was a traumatic death involving more than one person. So, I would keep an eye out for the wife just in case. The wife, the one he killed? Their question reminds me that they could actually hear my side of the conversation. Yes, it's unlikely that she is still here. And even if she is, I don't think she could actually cause you any problems. But if there are more problems, don't hesitate to reach me again. Okay, thank you. And the payment? They asked tentatively. I never asked for payment up front because in my experience, any medium who asks for payment up front is a fraud. My assistant will get you about that. Is there anywhere you can stay for the night? Possibly tomorrow night as well? My mother's house. That's where the children are right now. Why is it not safe yet? They seem so awkward talking about this. They always do. I find that many people, when actually confronted with the supernatural, would rather brush it under the rug and erase it from their minds. I can't blame them, honestly. It's not the kind of thing you can just bring up at a company picnic in casual conversation. And retelling the story around a campfire at night just seems to make light of the situation. His presence is gone, but there's a remaining mist and bad odor that will likely persist until at least tomorrow evening, possibly the next morning even. Some people have found this smell to be overbearing, and some have even had negative side effects due to it. Nothing too serious. Headaches, nausea, lightheadedness, moodiness. Finding another place to sleep for the next 2 nights would be safer. I think that's a great idea. I'll call your mother now. The one who has been crying seems eager to leave this place and return when the memories are less fresh and easier to reconstruct into something tangible. They leave the room quickly, and as soon as the doors opened, the pressure in the dark and musty room is lightened. I don't know what to say. I don't understand this at all, but thank God for people like you. What would have happened if we hadn't called you? I mean, could it have gotten worse? Well, if you had waited too long, I wouldn't have ever been able to help you. I'm sorry for your family's misfortune, and I hope you can able to move past this quickly. The children may take a little time, of course. The younger they are, the better they seem to be able to remember it for some reason. Even the baby? Especially the baby. She'll probably remember this years and years from now, even after you've long forgotten. I'm sorry, I don't want to be rude, but I have a flight to catch, so I can't stay for much longer. No, of course, go ahead, thanks again. I am led to the door and feel the familiar rush of fresh air and sunshine and life in general. Area 51 is a distraction. The real prize is in eastern Alaska. So, by this point, everyone is no doubt well aware of the Area 51 memes and all the hubbub surrounding them. Apparently, over 1 million people are set to storm the perimeter on September 20th of this year. Should be interesting. But let's be honest for a second. I doubt it will happen. And even if it did, even if by some ridiculous miracle they managed to overwhelm the most powerful military on Earth and infiltrate a top secret base, I don't think they would be exactly thrilled with the results. I'll just come right out and say it, I guess. Area 51 is a red herring. It's a distraction, and it pretty much always has been. Nothing out there but sand, reclusive scientists, and some crusty-ass lake at this point. I mean, think about it. If Area 51 is one of the most top secret and covert black sites in the world, then why does everyone know about it? How secret can a secret be if everyone knows the secret? For God's sake, even Obama acknowledged its existence a while back. That's the whole point of it. They want you distracted, so you don't look for the others. But why take my word for it? Who am I anyways? Just some pleb on the internet that decided to cash in on a trend for some clout and perhaps a bit of that sweet, sweet karma, right? Well, yes, but actually no. That may be who I am now, but I was once a person of particular interest to the United States government. Most people knew me as Mr. Blue, not my real name, but it is easier to pronounce. I used to be a pilot, did that for many years, and loved every second of it. I tell you, there's nothing quite like soaring through the skies and breaking the sound barrier for the first time. You might crap your pants a little, but it's all part of the experience, really. Now, unfortunately, the type of work I did was above top secret, And for all of our safeties, I cannot go into further detail on what I actually did, or who I actually worked for. One day, I was out on a classified reconnaissance mission in a certain area where I should not have been. I'll apologize here for the vague details of certain things, but you gotta understand, the things I'm about to tell you are beyond top secret. They would kill me 10 times over for uttering a word of it. So here's to hoping that doesn't happen. Anyways, the mission was going as planned, when suddenly my instruments started going berserk on my dash. Air pressure inside the cabin just plummeted, and the speed and fuel consumption gauges looked like they were playing ping pong with each other. Everything began to rattle like crazy, and my alarms erupted into a symphony of irritation. Next thing I know, I see this bright light soar past me at an ungodly speed. The shockwave it was produced was so violent that it shredded the whole of my craft. In a split second, I went from casually flying along to suddenly regaining consciousness as I plummeted headfirst towards the ground at terminal velocity. I managed to pull my chute before I splattered, but as I touched down, I almost wished I hadn't. There I was met by an awaiting entourage of at least 24 men in winter camo suits and masks. They all pointed their weapons at me and screamed in a language which I recognized as English. I tried my best to calm them down and appear unthreatening, but that didn't stop them from wrenching me into a pair of handcuffs and hauling me into one of their APCs. They began to drive away, and the real severity of the situation hit me. I was not going to be saved. The people I worked for had never said it, but it was always well known that if you ever were captured, then you were pretty much on your own. With that in mind, I had no real incentive to keep my mouth shut since they started interrogating me. It may seem cowardly, but I was not about to be brutally tortured for a former ally which would never come to bail me out. Yeah, the government really says they don't torture people, but trust me, when they really wanted to know something, there's no tactic too extreme, and they really wanted to know something. So I told them about who I worked for, what my mission was, where I grew up, all that jazz. It was all fabricated, but they took the bait regardless, thanks to their severe distrust of the Russians at the time. They were actually pretty cool after that. I mean, they wouldn't let me leave their custody, but that was better than being dead, or at least it was at first. They transported me away from my initial interrogation place into a secure facility somewhere nearby. I was blindfolded the whole time, but from the rumbling of multiple vehicles, sounds of doors sliding open multiple times, and the distinct feeling of my stomach dropping, I could tell they were taking me somewhere deep underground. Soon after that, I stepped off the elevator, and they removed my blindfold. Their leader was a guy with a stern face, thick gray beard, and eyes that looked etched from concrete. He wore a black suit, with some symbol upon his heart pocket that I didn't recognize. He stepped in front of everyone and outstretched his arms while staring me in the eye. "Welcome to your new home." An ever so slight grin slithered onto his face as he said it. I glanced down the dismal gray hallways, which seemed to stretch out further than I could see in multiple directions. They led me down the hall on the right, past dozens of locked corridors and rooms before ushering me into a cell. My handcuffs were removed soon after, and the door slid shut behind me. The same man that had welcomed me to the facility then approached the window and pushed the intercom button. "We appreciate your cooperation, Mr. Blue. I don't believe there is any reason why our time spent together has to be unfriendly. I apologize for all this, but you must realize that this is a necessary precaution we must take. I hope you understand." I took a moment, then nodded back to him. "Wonderful. We'll have dinner set to you soon. If you require anything, then please notify one of the guards outside of your quarters." And with that, he and his little entourage turned and strolled down the hallway. That was my very first night in the facility I eventually came to know as FEZ. I don't think it's the official name, but I heard several personnel at the base refer to it by that acronym over the years. I still don't know exactly what it stands for. Forbidden Enclosed Ziggurat? Forsaken Evil Zoo? Forced Ejaculation Zeal? Fabulous Elf Zombies? The best I could really come up with was Fortified Experimental Zone. It makes the most sense too, all things considered. At first, it wasn't actually too bad. The staff was nice, they cooked great food, and there was plenty to see around the base. Although, every once in a while, I would hear the screams just barely echoing through the vents. They interviewed me probably 100 more times after that, and were especially interested in the craft which I was piloting. The craft in question was one of our own top secret technologies, but unfortunately, it had been blown to smithereens by whatever that light was. so I couldn't tell them much about it. It took years of incarceration there, but eventually the staff came to trust me almost as much as they did their own comrades. We would laugh and joke with one another, and soon enough we became what some might even consider to be friends. I became especially close with one of the scientists there named Kevin. Kevin was a smart guy, comical too, and explained quite a lot of things to me. He and I would spend hours talking on countless occasions. He was my only real glimpse into what was happening in the outside world. He'd bring in books and movies for us to enjoy together. He kept me updated on everything, and over the next 30 years, we developed a close relationship that I would always treasure. I must have displayed some kind of intellectual potential because they eventually started asking for my input on various curiosities stationed throughout the base. They only did it because I had sworn them complete loyalty and would never be allowed to leave the base anyways, but for me, it was just nice to feel included. The base itself was absolutely colossal. They always blindfolded me during transports at any location, but one time I caught a glimpse of the buttons in the elevator. There had to be at least 50 of them on that panel. I remember the first time they showed me one of the lockdown blocks. There were guards posted at every cell, and I heard some very strange noises emanating around me as we traversed the halls. I thought for sure they were about to show me some horrendous beast from the depths of hell, and prepared myself accordingly as the howls of unseen things echoed throughout the halls. The lead scientist, Dr. Roosevelt, rolled back a 2-day mirror curtain, and my heart froze with anticipation. In the cell before us, there was nothing more than a human girl in a gray jumpsuit. She was young, maybe 5 years old or so, but there seemed to be nothing out of the ordinary about her. I looked to Dr. Roosevelt, and he flexed his cranial muscles before pressing a button. I heard the sound of gas seep into the room. A few tense seconds passed when the girl suddenly shrieked like a banshee. Her head tilted back, and I saw jagged, needle-like teeth emerge from her mouth. Her jet-black eyes then lurched towards us, and she lunged at the window. She struck it hard and fell back to the ground, snarling and hissing like some ravenous jackal. Dr. Roosevelt then pressed the button again, cutting the gas and posing a question. "You ever seen anything like her, Mr. Blue?" All I could do was shake my head slowly as I watched the young demon child stalk about on the other side of the glass. They found her in the woods outside of Whitehorse with a freshly disemboweled man. She was eating him and appeared unaffected by the sub-zero temperatures. I suddenly felt like vomiting, but I said nothing, only stared back at the unusual, gruesome little girl. What the hell was she? Unfortunately, I never was told anything else about her, and I doubt the personnel knew much more anyways. They came to show me a lot of very strange things over the years. A giant brownish orange-haired primate that walked upright and seemed to respond to facial movements. A humanoid-shaped being that was only detectable via infrared equipment. A golden chest that would instantly kill anything that touched it. A 10-foot-tall creature wrapped in vines that emitted bouts of radiation and blended into environments with perfect camouflage. A monstrous fish, at least 80 feet in length, frozen in nitrogen. Various abhorrent creatures that I'm guessing were the results of relentless genetic tampering. I've never seen anything like it. All of the monstrosities housed there, and the secrets buried in their possession. They also asked for my advice on a certain paradoxical phenomenon that had plagued them as well. They told me that for decades there had been hundreds of unsolved cases of human disappearances that seemed to defy all explanation. Young children would be found on cliff edges that they could not have possibly reached, while old and frail people would be discovered dozens of miles away from where they were last seen only a few hours later. Most of them would never be found at all, though. I could almost see the fear dripping from their eyes as they relayed case after case of the recorded incidents, and it was clear, although not said, that they had no idea what the cause was. Unfortunately, neither did I, as it was the first I'd ever heard of the bizarre phenomenon. I told them honestly that I didn't believe my former allies were responsible, but I don't know if that made them feel better or worse. Throughout all my years there, I had always found one thing peculiar. After all the weird and terrifying things they showed me, there was never any mention of extraterrestrials. That's what everyone thinks these black site facilities house after all, but nevertheless they made no mention of it. That made me smile a bit when I thought about it, because they had no idea how close they were. The closest thing they had was this weird tentacle creature with a ringed set of teeth in its mouth. It looked almost like an eel, but possessed 4 iridescent green eyes and a ring around its head. It didn't live in the water either, but instead slithered around on the ground in a very swift and very unsettling motion. They said its DNA resembled nothing like anything they have ever found on Earth before, hence the reason they believed, but were not certain of its otherworldly origins. Kevin and I got back to talking in his quarters one night as the rest of the crew retired for the evening. He shared with me a bit of his brandy, and we were content to just chat as friends late into the night. He told me a lot about himself that he had never mentioned before. He showed me pictures of his wife and his son that had been taken from him. Kevin admitted his son had died in a car crash a couple years back, while his wife passed 2 years later of cancer. It broke my heart to hear that, and I felt sorrow for my dear friend of some 30 years. Kevin was in his early 50s, but you'd never know it with the enthusiasm in his voice. It was during that conversation, Kevin ended up mentioning something I found particularly interesting. He told me that he believed that if an alien species existed and were advanced enough to traverse the galactic canopy and reach Earth, then they would obviously be quite intelligent. He said he didn't believe in any of the Hollywood depictions of doomsday aliens hell-bent on destroying humanity. He thought they'd be a lot more subtle than that. Think about it. You find something intelligent which represents almost no threat to you, and the first thing you do is try to kill it? Kevin asked skeptically, as I considered his words for myself. That'd just be a waste, and no species that fancies themselves as advanced beings would do something so brash. At least I hope they wouldn't. He chuckled slightly and shot me a knowingly look mixed with a unique intrigue that almost glistened in his gray eyes. Even if they thought we were destroying our own planet or something, why would they care? There are trillions of other planets in the Milky Way alone. They could pick any of them if they wanted natural resources. I chuckled to myself, almost sensing where the conversation was headed. It's not the planets thereafter, I replied. Kevin snapped and pointed his finger at me as his face lit up. Exactly. They'd want to study us, learn how we operate, how we organize, and how we live. Kevin's hand motions turned eccentric and saw his access badge jostle around his neck. He took another sip of brandy and continued. They probably learn more about us than we even know about ourselves. I mean, granted, they have to be more intelligent. They could learn up close, understand how humans work. They'd have no need for bloodshed when they could simply, inconspicuously integrate into human culture. They have no doubt mastered the art of altering their biology to disguise themselves as humans. I mean, there's nothing when compared with the tech they used to get here, you know? He paused from his enthused monologue and wiped the steam off his glasses. I just sat back, content to let him continue, as I found it fascinating that he could know so much. Aliens. They're not warlords. They're poets, architects, authors, musicians, beings that wish to create. It is the ultimate calling for an entity so powerful. Kevin took a deep breath and reveled in his own explanation. His speech had turned a bit slurred, and I could see his eyes floating lazily in their sockets. He then met my eyes in a look that he had never given to me before. It was a look that seemed to shed all sense of formality and pose a question which he had long since suspected the answer to. You're not really from Russia, are you? The sudden accusation caught me off guard, and I felt my stomach drop like a lead weight. I didn't say anything, and Kevin just scoffed. You had everyone fooled, and I mean, I was too for the longest time. You had a suitable backstory, authentic sounding accent, all the alibis you gave us checked out. He paused and clasped his hands in front of him. You looked so authentic too. There was one thing you missed. One thing that you just can't fake. He looked me deep in the eyes and fell silent. He didn't have to say it, for I already knew what he meant. The eyes are impossible to truly fake. That night, your craft was shot down. What were you doing here? Kevin and I maintained a prolonged eye lock before I finally responded. Reconnaissance? For the first time in decades, I dropped the Russian accent, as it was clear there was no longer any reason to lie to my dear friend. And what did you see? Kevin stared into the very depths of my soul as he asked, and I spoke the truth. Beauty, poetry, creators much like us. Kevin just stared at me for the longest time, as if he were weighing my soul in his mind. I wondered what he planned to do since he had found out, but I didn't ask. Kevin eventually smiled and rose to make his way to the cell door. He reached into his coat pocket and withdrew a black steel pistol with a long snout. I slowly met his gaze and he chuckled. "Mr. Blue, do you wish to go home?" I nodded after pausing to think for a moment. Kevin looked over his weapon and primed it for use. "I hope your allies can forgive us." Without another word, he flashed his security badge and the locks on the door gave way. He motioned for me to rise and follow, and so I did. Kevin glanced back and forth down the hallway, but due to the late hour, there was no one around. He and I sprinted down the corridor and onwards to one of the security booths. He flashed his badge as I hid just out of sight. He entered the room, and I heard the noise of a brief scuffle before two bright flashes ended it. Kevin reemerged with wild eyes and beckoned me to follow. He and I dashed down the hallway and reached the massive main shaft elevator soon after. For the first time, I entered without a blindfold, and Kevin punched the button to the top floor and the security code required to power it. The security system will be down for a good half hour, but automated distress beacons have already been activated. That gives us about 8 minutes. Kevin dropped the clip from his pistol and popped in a fresh one. I saw spackles of blood on his glasses and cheek, and a frenzied look in his eye. "Here, take this." He reached out his hand and held something which I had not seen in decades, the old radio from my craft. I took it, and he and I met eyes as the elevator door opened. It was back to running after that, but a few minutes of it, we had reached an underground parking facility. Kevin quickly unlocked a nearby vehicle, and the two of us hopped in as we fired it up. The engine roared to life, and Kevin accelerated through the lot. A moment later, we exited the underground facility, and I saw my version of the night sky in over 4 decades. There were men stationed at the perimeter gates that attempted to stop us, but Kevin didn't flinch. He crashed right through the wire fence on the perimeter, causing multiple lights to activate in our wake. I heard a siren blaring behind us and the silhouettes of people dashing throughout the snow. "There's a suit in the back, put it on." I did as he requested without question, and fit the snug polyester garment over my body. It covered every square inch from foot to the nape of my neck and felt incredibly comfortable. "There's a dial on your right side. You can use it to mask your body heat. They're going to be after you." He tossed a map into my lap and continued barking instructions. "You can contact your friends with that radio, right?" His eyes flashed to me as he slid onto the main road and away from the compound. "Yes," Kevin nodded. "Make your way north. They won't be expecting that. There's a river up there about 30 miles away through the forest. Once you find it, head east until you find a small town. Ask the guy at the post office for Mr. White. He's a friend of mine who's agreed to help you. He'll take it from there." I tried to digest the flow of information as best as I could and remain confident. It had all just happened so suddenly. "I stashed you some MREs in the bag. Should last you a good couple of weeks." Kevin then swerved around a corner and reoriented us into a new dark road. In the sudden influx of adrenaline, a sudden thought occurred to me. "What happens to you?" Kevin didn't seem to want to acknowledge that question. "Forget about that. Just get back to your people." Behind us, a flurry of lights suddenly ascended into the night sky. The whirling sound of rotary blades then pierced the tranquil canopy of the blustery night. "Shit, I had hoped I could get you a bit farther than this." He suddenly slammed on the brakes, my head lurched forward, and the car spun back and forth along the icy road. "Take this too." He handed his long barrel pistol over, and I hesitantly took it. He and I then met eyes for one final time. "This is where we say goodbye, Mr. Blue." Why are you doing this to me?" Kevin sighed, and I saw a certain sorrow swirl in his ironclad pupils. He stayed silent for a moment, and only when the sounds of approaching engines grew louder was he spurred to reply. "You don't belong here. You don't belong in a cage. I don't know where you come from, but I want you to see the ones you love again." His eyes began to water, and he jostled his neck before looking me in the eye one final time. "I hope you don't think of us as captors or kidnappers. I hope you see us as you see yourself. I just hope you can understand." A single tear then rolled down his hot cheek. I put my hand on his shoulder. "I always have, and I always will." "Thank you, Kevin." I then held out my hand and he grabbed it tight as we shared one final moment before I ventured into the blizzard. The journey from then on was long and arduous, with me spending weeks trudging through snow and frozen forests. Hounds, men, and machines pursued me for days, but somehow I was able to elude their efforts. The terrain was brutal, unrelenting, but eventually I managed to find the river which Kevin had mentioned. By that point, all of my pursuers had long since gone silent. I followed the river and found the town, and soon after the man known as Mr. White. He was a kind man, and gladly invited me into his house to avoid the agents. It is there that I have been ever since, awaiting my allies' arrival. They were stunned to hear from me again, but not as stunned as I was to find out the radio was still functional. They weren't entirely sure whether they could even trust me anymore, but I didn't leave them much of a choice when I threatened to go public and expose them to the world. They finally agreed, but admitted it would be months before they could reach me. I expected as much, and thankfully, Mr. White allowed me to stay with them and await their eventual arrival. I found out soon after that my dear friend Kevin, to whom I owe my freedom and life, had been found deceased. The authorities ruled it a S-word, gunshot wound to the back of the head, but obviously, I have my doubts about that. It truly broke me to learn one of my true friend's demise, but I knew it was what he expected. I like to think that is the way he chose to do it, and furthermore, it is the reason I am here posting this now. Kevin's legacy deserves to live on, and this is the only way I know how to do it. And with that, we have come full circle to this message you are reading right now. To address the original topic, Area 51 is indeed a ruse. Kevin held a lot of power in his previous role, and he told me all about the operation. The real prize is the FEZ, my former prison, somewhere in eastern Alaska, buried beneath the snow with all sorts of horrent things in its clutches. If you're going to storm anywhere, that should be the place. Just remember to pack a coat. Kevin was a smart man, brilliant even. If you've managed to make it this far, then I'd like to think you are someone like him, brave, curious, and with an almost innate sense of wonder that cannot be satisfied. It is my hope that Kevin's ideas will live on through you. My allies would never approve of this message, but I know now that they are wrong. Truth is something that all sentient beings should be allowed to perceive, despite how unpleasant it may be to hear it. It was Kevin's belief that the beings he knows as aliens are already here, that instead of murdering humans as is often portrayed in stories, they would blend in, take keen interest in human culture, society, and art, write books, poetry, and music, in hopes of connecting to something truly extraordinary, something that reminds them of themselves. If Kevin is right, then maybe one day you'll even stumble upon such a story for yourself. Maybe you'll think it's nothing more than a work of fiction to entertain you for a while. Maybe the author of said theoretical story would seem like nothing more than your run-of-the-mill internet user. He probably wouldn't just come right out and say it because that would be entirely too corny. He would probably just leave you the pieces and hope that you can understand the truth for yourself. Maybe you truly are like Kevin, drawn to mystery and prepared to entertain the fantastic. Maybe you'll just dismiss the implications of the words before you because you don't dare believe something so outlandish. Because in the end, truth is not the problem. Belief is. Maybe someone will understand who, or more importantly, what I really am. Maybe it will be you. Either way, I've been away for a very long time. It is time for me to go home. Thank you, Kevin. I will always uphold our agreement. 2 facts you should probably know. Here are 2 facts you should probably know. Fact the first, when a human being is driven into a corner, you should never underestimate the levels of stupid and dangerous they will resort to in order to escape. Fact the second, if a deal seems too good to be true, it is. Normally, I wouldn't be the kind of guy you should be taking advice from. If I wrote an autobiography, it would be called Jesus Wept, but in this very specific instance, I have some valuable experience. It started as most tragic stories tend to, with a series of short-sighted mistakes. About a decade or so back, I was a few years out of college and trying to build a life for myself. I was single, educated, and driven, all the qualities someone needs to succeed in life. Well, not the single part, but you get the idea. I had prospects, some real potential, but like Oscar Wilde once said, I can resist anything except temptation. Yeah, I was an English major. I didn't get hooked on meth or corn or anything like that. No, my vice was the thrill of chance. Gambling was the greatest rush I'd ever experienced. Just giving up control, letting the gods of probability and randomness decide your fate. I got hooked, kept going to those damn casinos night after night. Looking back, I was naive. I was foolish. It would take an idiot, blinded by a lust for sensation, to not realize another crucial fact. The house always, I repeat, always wins. To make a long, painful story short, at the tender age of 24, the local pit bosses had taken me for all I was worth and then some. As a result, I was indebted to some unsavory characters who were not all that keen on giving me some leeway on the money I owed them. I managed to pull together just shy of $100 in a week doing odd jobs, but that was a fraction of what I was in for. At the time, it seemed like a better idea to just piss away what money I had at a local bar rather than carrying on my sad little exercise in futility. So that's exactly what I did. And by virtue of a few gallons of the cheapest spirits you can possibly imagine, I can't remember a great deal of what happened after that. Next thing I know, I'm waking up in a puddle behind the bar, having been turfed out for making an ass of myself. The electric buzz of the neon signs above my head felt like I was taking a power drill to the frontal lobe, while the cold, filthy water below my face helped to sober me up a smidgen, just enough to make me aware. It was right then, in my lowest possible moment, that I met him. "Hey there, buddy," he said, his voice pleasantly cheerful and melodic. "You look like you need a helping hand." Thankfully, I've got two. There was a gentle tug on both of my shoulders, pulling me upright. He leaned me against a wall. I could finally take a better look at him. To begin with, I wondered if I was hallucinating. He seemed so strange, so out of place. My good Samaritan was about 6.5 feet tall, but he was built like a pack of uncooked spaghetti. A long, lean, string bean of a man. That being said, the black and white pinstripe suit he was wearing still somehow managed to be form-fitting, like it was just painted directly onto a featureless body. Above his collar, fastened to the top button and held in place by a large and ugly bow tie, sat a pale, grinning head with black hair parted in the middle. Truth be told, my initial thought after properly taking in the sight of him was as follows. Holy shit, I died in that puddle, and this is death himself come to collect my pathetic soul. Sadly, that was not the case. I was, in fact, still alive. "There we are, pal. That's a lot better, isn't it?" he said, kneeling down on the long, rail-thin legs to look me in the eye. "We'll have you feeling like $1,000,000 in no time. Never fear." Well, back then, I just assumed that it was my drunken mind playing tricks on me. I remember his eyes seemingly strange, yellowish. They had a kind of nuanced sheen to them, like sclera and iris just melted together into a single, formless mass. Eyes like goddamn egg yolks. "It's always such a shame to catch folks in a pickle. Such a shame," he said largely to himself, I think. "Whatever happened to helping people out, you know? It's a good feeling." Who are you?" I managed to choke out. The kind stranger smiled and turned his sulphuric eyes towards me. "You're asking the wrong person there, amigo. I'll tell you if I knew. Honest," he replied with a laugh. "What's your name, though?" "Nate," I said, wondering if I was about to vomit or not. "Nate Wilson." "Oh my God, that's such an awesome name," the stranger said, as the sudden explosion of interest on his face told me that he wasn't faking his misplaced enthusiasm. "Nate Wilson. It has a ring to it, don't you think? God, what a great name. You're a lucky guy, Nate. Lucky to have such a great name." Thanks, I guess." There was a long, awkward silence after that. I sure as hell didn't know what to say, and the stranger seemed to more than content to just stand there and stare at me, grinning like a freak. It felt like it was my responsibility to break that irritating silence. "Look, I really appreciate you helping me, buddy," I began. "Wait, you consider us buddies?" he asked. His tone was, at that stage, ambiguous. "I mean, you saved me from the breathing alley water, so I guess so, yeah." This might seem hard to believe because I definitely didn't believe it at that time, but the stranger literally jumped up into the air and whooped loudly. A grown man behind a dive bar doing that. It was like something out of a strange dream that your one boring friend always wants to tell you about. That is fantastic, he said, grinning ear to ear like he just won the fucking lottery. It's so wonderful to make new friends. He extended a spindly arm towards me, his hand open and his spidery fingers outstretched. Put her there, friendo, he said. And because that night wasn't weird enough already, you better believe I did. That's what I'm talking about, he said with another childish cackle, pulling me to my feet with disarming levels of strength. Through the power of friendship, anything is possible. Sure, he may have spoken like his only experience with the outside world was watching Saturday morning cartoons, but he seemed innocent enough, a benign weirdo, just trying to help people along his way. Though I must admit, the fact he was reluctant to tell me his name was somewhat of a red flag for me. Now, I'm going to be completely honest with you, Nate. He began, his amber gaze turned downwards in what might have been embarrassment. There was a reason I followed you out here. It wasn't just a stroke of good luck. My heart immediately sank. I knew he was too good to be true. This was when he stabbed me. Cut me up, wore my skin as a suit, and turned the rest of me into makeshift lasagna. Nobody was ever that happy at that hour of the night if they had all their psychological ducks in a row. Well, if you're being honest, I said, swaying on my feet, still too drunk to defend myself. Would that reason happen to be my murder? He seemed shocked at first, then began to laugh. Do you think a murderer would be this friendly, he asked. Molestation, then. Jesus, no, Nate. You're a good-looking guy, don't get me wrong, but you're really not my type. Then what does a guy like you have to do with a guy like me? I asked, the needle on my internal emotive scale creeping from curious to irritated. Well, he paused again, as though searching for the proper words. He was looking at everything but me. The bar, he finally said. How much of what happened in there do you remember? Somewhere in the margin of nothing, I think, I said, now leaning against the wall for support. You were talking to the bartender. Loudly, he said, bouncing up and down on the balls of his feet. I wasn't eavesdropping, not at all. I just happened to overhear. You were talking about some kind of money troubles. I'd almost forgotten about them myself, but the second he said it, all the memories came barreling into me like some nauseating tidal wave. I'd ranted and raved, screamed at the top of my lungs, debt, debt, debt. I got belligerent when I felt they weren't showing me enough sympathy. And when I get belligerent, I was rightly thrown out on my inebriated ass. Oh, don't worry about those, I said, my cheeks reddening with shame. That's not your problem. I'll deal with it. But Nate, you didn't sound like you could deal with it. What the hell is it to you? I snapped back. The stranger stopped talking and began reaching into his jacket. I got a sudden flash of paranoia that he worked for one of the casinos and he was going to put a bullet between my eyes. You're my best friend, Nate, he said. And, friends are meant to help each other out in sticky situations, aren't they? He produced a stack of bills from a pocket inside his suit and passed it over to me. Will this be enough? He asked. It was at this point that I was most open to the idea of this all being some crazy dream. With the furiosity of a madman, I quickly counted the money this total stranger, calling me his best friend, had handed to me. 20 fucking grand. It would bail me out, and then some. Oh, holy shit, I said, though I can't remember if it was out loud or in my head. I can't possibly accept this. Please do, he said with another ear-to-ear grin. You need an awful lot more than I do. A sober me might have been too proud to indulge him, but funnily enough, drunk me had a far more realistic take on my level of desperation. I was a desperate man, trapped in a corner. Fact the first, when a human being is driven into a corner, you should never underestimate the levels of stupid and dangerous they will resort to in order to escape. But why was the only question I could summon. He smiled and shrugged. Because I like you, he said, and I like helping people. But you've only just met me. so what? A friend is a friend is a friend. Why overthink it? I collapsed back against the wall, holding the stranger's 20 grand. It was a way out of my dire situation. I'll pay you back every penny with fucking interest. I swear to God, I said. The stranger laughed. No need. I've got no shortage of money. Just take it and bail yourself out, okay? Then promise me you'll stop gambling. There were big, swollen tears running down my burning cheeks. The stranger's kindness was baffling, but it was the most beautiful thing I'd ever experienced. He was a true saint in flesh and blood. I'll never gamble another penny, I said. Without another word, I lunged forward and hugged him. A long, warm, tight embrace. By the end, I could feel his emaciated limbs wrapped around my back. Thank you so much, I whispered, my tears dripping onto the shoulder of his suit. What are friends for, right? When I finally prized myself off of him, I just couldn't stop laughing. It was nerves, probably. The stranger watched me, a kind of eccentric joy burning in his big, yellow eyes. He seemed to like just observing. Oh, one more thing, he said, reaching into his jacket again. A little something I wrote up in the bar, just to help you out. He passed me a piece of paper, folded into the size of a pamphlet. I didn't even think to check at the time. I just shoved it into the pocket of my filthy coat and carried on thanking him. I needed that money, Lord knows I did, but I couldn't just take it without giving something in return. There must be something you want, man, I pleaded, palms open in deference to his generosity. Anything. I owe you my life, man. Just name your price. I can't thank you enough. The stranger grinned and stroked his narrow chin in contemplation. Now that's an irresistible offer, he said, almost jokingly. You drive a hard bargain, Mr. Wilson. Leave it with me, okay? I'm sure I'll think of something. He began walking away after that, whistling. Of all things. Sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows. As he did so. Now I was laughing again, half out of giddiness, half an acknowledgement of the sheer strangeness of the events transpiring around me. Right then, as I sat outside a shitty bar, covered in dirty water, my own tears, and more than a little puke, I was the luckiest human being on the planet. What do you give to the man who has everything? I said aloud. The stranger looked over his shoulder at me one more time, his odd eyes meeting mine. Almost everything, Knight, he corrected. Almost everything. And just like that, the stranger was gone. Almost funny, isn't it? How someone like that can have such a profound impact on your life, then just up and disappear just as quickly. Like a comet, just trailing past. You only catch its light for a brief instant, then it's dark again. Using the stranger's money, I paid off my gambling debts in full and still had a little left over. I swore to stick to my promise, for my own sake and his. In the 10 years that have passed since that day, I haven't gambled a cent. Once I was all square with the house, I finally took a moment to check the piece of paper that he left me. At first, I only sort of skimmed it, and it didn't make a great deal of sense to me. Just a list of dates from 2007 to 2017, each accompanied by a sentence fragment. It was only when I sat down and took a long, hard look at what those fragments actually were that I realized the stranger couldn't possibly have been human. No, he was so much more than that. It was a list of instructions specific down to the days, minutes, hours, and seconds, where to be and what to do in order to maximize success at that given moment. He'd left stock tips for companies that didn't exist, but would come into existence exactly when he'd predicted they would. He'd left exact instructions on which house to buy and how to get it at the best price. Clothes to wear, jobs to take, friends to make. 5th of October 2009, go to Starbucks in town, meet Jesse O'Brien, 3:51 to 17 p.m. 2 years later, Jesse O'Brien became Jesse Wilson. The stranger had even engineered me meeting the love of my goddamn life, precise to the exact second we'd first make eye contact. I invested in the right stocks and pulled out the wrong ones. avoiding company deaths and market crashes like some financial Houdini. My capital skyrocketed and my personal wealth just grew greater and greater. 8th of June, 2011, buy house 10 Aspen Way, don't rent, 6:43 p.m. And so I did. Jesse and I moved into that big, gorgeous house once our honeymoon was over. We were wealthy, healthy, and deeply in love, but something was missing. Something the stranger had accounted for too. 17th of August, 2012, conceived child with Jesse, 8:31:19 p.m. Our little girl is called April. The stranger picked it, not me. She's 4 now, and I love her with all my heart. The stranger, a man who I'd known for less than an hour, had steered the entire course of my life in the best possible direction, out of nothing more than the kindness of his heart. He'd saved me. He'd saved all of us. Even though it'd been 10 years since that day and I was drunk out of my mind at the time, I remember every detail vividly. That's why, as I was walking down the street this morning, my arms full of grocery bags, when I heard someone singing, "Sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows." A few feet behind me, I recognized the voice instantly. "Sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows. Everything that's wonderful is what I feel when we're together." His melodic voice sang, his tone screaming jovially. "Brighter than a lucky penny, when you're near the rain just disappears. Dear, and I feel so fine." Without a moment's hesitation, I turned to face him. It looked like that strange man hadn't aged a day in an entire decade. He even wore that same pinstripe suit that he had on the first night I met him. "Just to know that you are mine," he finished the verse with a smile and threw open his arms. "Jesus Christ," I said, my face cracking into a smile impossible to hide. "It's actually you." "The one and only, baby," he said with a laugh and a grandiose hand gesture. "How's Jesse, by the way?" I opened my mouth to answer, but he raised a hand as though to politely silence me. "I'm sorry to drop in after. Gosh, has it really been 10 years? Jeez Louise, time really does tend to get away from me," he said. "Anyway, the reason I'm here is because I finally figured out what I wanted from you." Beg your pardon?" 10 years ago, you said you owed me something." "Anything," he replied, though I almost heard it back in my own voice as he said it. "I couldn't decide at the time, but I think I now know." "Oh, of course, it's wonderful to hear, man," I said, my heart filled with a sudden trepidation. "So, what is it that you want?" The stranger gave me that same ear-to-ear grin that he was wearing back behind the dive bar in 2007. "Well, I've thought about it for a long time, amigo, and I've finally made my decision," he said. "I know what I want from you, Nate." He paused to take a step closer to me. His eyes were just as golden in the daylight. "I want your name, Nate." I almost laughed to begin with, but I soon realized he wasn't joking. He was deadly serious. My name?" "Yes, Nate. I've always loved your name. It's so wonderful," he said, wringing his hands with glee. "See, I've never had a name myself, and it's always left me feeling a little left out, you know? I've wanted a name for so long, and I decided just recently that the name I want is yours. I think it'll fit me just right." This man had given me my entire life. He saved me from getting killed by casino sharks back in '07, and every wonderful success I've had since I owed entirely to this decade-long itinerary. With all this in mind, who was I to turn him down this last batshit crazy request? If he wanted to go around calling himself Nate Wilson too, what right did I have to stop him? "Sure thing, buddy," I said with a smile. He leaned forward and embraced me, almost crushing the groceries against my chest. "You have no idea how happy you've made me." It's the least I can do after all you've done for me," I replied. The stranger, or rather Nate Wilson, extended another spidery hand towards me. "Let's shake on it," he said, his voice elated. And I did. We went our separate ways after that. I walked home, and he ran off into the city, singing and cackling with mirth. It brought me some peace of mind to know that my debt to him was finally repaid, and that some simple token gesture was all that I needed to do it. When I arrived back at 10 Aspen Way, I saw April playing around with her toy lawnmower in the front lawn. I smiled and called to her, but she didn't respond. She was too wrapped up in her fictitious duties. I made my way inside with the groceries. Jessie was in the kitchen cutting up carrots. Sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows blasted out the radio. Today just kept getting weirder and weirder. "Hey, babe," I called to her, putting the groceries on the kitchen table. You'll never guess who I ran into this morning." Jessie didn't respond. She just carried on chopping and hummed to the tune. "Babe, everything okay?" I asked. Still no response. At this point, I was beginning to get a little worried. With a peculiar heaviness to my every movement, I walked over to Jessie and placed a tentative hand on her shoulder. It just went straight through her like a goddamn body, like she was a hologram, or I was. I recoiled with a sharp, short yelp and fell against the kitchen table. Again, no response from Jessie. What the hell happened? "Honey, I'm home," I heard a familiar voice call from the hallway outside. Jessie suddenly perked up, turning her head towards the noise. "Hi, sweetie," she said. "We're out there for a while. I was beginning to get worried." The stranger walked into the kitchen. A smile stretched across his waxen face. "Sorry about that, honey bunny," he said. "I met an old friend in town. We had a little catch-up." As he said that last part, he threw me a sickening wink with one of his piss-yellow peepers. "Huh?" Jessie said. "Anyone I know?" She leaned forward and gave the stranger a kiss. The kind of kiss she always gave me. "Ah, nah," the stranger said with a chuckle. "I don't think you've ever met him." I felt like my mind was going to implode. Nothing going on was making any kind of goddamn sense. The whole world had gone crazy. April called from outside, something about the grass. "You mind taking over the carrots for a sec, babe?" Jessie said to the stranger. "I better go check on April." "No problem, honey," he said, taking the knife from her hand and giving her another kiss. Jessie left the room, leaving just me and the stranger, all alone. I quietly fumed and he chopped carrots. "What the fuck is going on?" I finally asked him, when I'd gained the modicum of composure required to do so. "What have you done, you crazy fucking weirdo?" He carried on chopping the carrots. His eyes never left the chopping board. "My name is Nate, stranger," he said. "I'd really appreciate if you called me by it." In my state of fury, I tried to grab him by the shoulder and turn him to face me. I could actually touch him, but he wouldn't budge. It was like trying to move a mountain. "That's my name, this is my house, and that's my wife," I said to him, rage and confusion rendering my voice a crackly mess. "I want you out of here and out my life." The stranger chuckled. "See, that's where you're wrong, Slick. All that changed hands," he said. "This is Nate Wilson's house. Jessie is Nate Wilson's wife. And this is Nate Wilson's life. And, by the terms of our recent deal, I'm Nate Wilson, and you, good buddy? You're nobody." "I won't accept that," I yelled, slamming my hand down on the kitchen countertop. Without another word, Nate Wilson rammed the knife through my hand. There was no pain, no blood. It just phased through, as though I no longer even existed. "Word to the wise, stranger. Reality marches on, regardless of whether you accept it," he said, as I pulled my hand away from the knife. "Everything you have, everything you've tricked yourself into believing you earned, you got from my instructions. You never owned this life, stranger. You just rented it from me, piece by piece. Now it's mine, and there's not a thing you can do about it." He sucked the knife into the chopping board and turned around to me. "Except, of course, leave and let me, my wife, and my daughter get on with their lives. Do you understand, stranger?" I stood in crushing silence for a minute or two. But can I see them again?" "Sure you can. You can see them anytime you like, but only I can see you. Just like up until around an hour ago, only you could see me. It doesn't feel good, does it? Being nobody. Being nameless. The gravity of it all was finally closing in. I fell onto my ass and began to cry. God, I was so fucking stupid, I said. How did I fall for all this? Nate Wilson shrugged and ate a piece of carrot. Don't blame yourself, buddy, he said. I was waiting for centuries before I found someone who I could interact with. It isn't your fault you happen to be that person, or they had such an awesome name at the time. Well, my name. You were only going to waste it, friendo. If I wasn't there that night, a heavy would have broken your legs the next day. You'd have gone into painkillers and OD'd a few months later. Nate Wilson becomes gravestone fodder. What a waste that would have been, huh? But what do I do now? What I did, stranger, Nate Wilson said, eating another piece of carrot with undue relish. Ask around, find someone you can talk to. Might be this afternoon. Who knows? Sure could be a week, month, year, decade, century, but I'm an eternal optimist. A century, I said, trying to ebb the stream of tears flowing out of me. I can't wait that long. You'd be surprised, pal. Patience is something you'll learn, being nameless. When you finally do manage to wrangle yourself a name, you'll appreciate it a little more this time. You'll make something of yourself. Fact the second. If a deal seems too good to be true, it is. So, is that it? I asked. Is that all you have for me? Nate Wilson nodded. I'm afraid so, good buddy, he said. But you seem like a nice enough guy. I'm sure you'll figure something out. You can always depend on the kindness of strangers, don't you know? As the man who had just stolen my entire existence carried on hacking up vegetables, I left the room, walking out of the kitchen, through the hallway, then out of the house entirely. I stole one last look at Jesse and April, his family, playing on the lawn, totally carefree. All smiles. They'd never even know that I was gone. Perhaps it was better that way. No heartache. I whispered a goodbye that they'd never hear, and closed my eyes in a pointless attempt to shut off the tears I knew would be coming either way. I set off into the city after that, walking alone, in search of something, hell, anything to call myself. And that was that. The story of my unnaming. Perhaps Nate was right. Perhaps it was his life all along. Maybe he'll live it better, live it kinder. He might be a better father, a better husband, a better Nate. I don't feel so attached to that name anymore. But if you know all this now, that means one good thing. You can read what I'm writing. If you can read my words, perhaps you can hear them. And if you can hear them, perhaps you can reply. If so, I hope to hear from you soon. We have a lot to talk about, you and I, a lot to discuss. I think I can do some great things for you, dear reader, dear friend. I'll help you out of any bind you need, and I'll barely ask for anything in return. Barely anything at all. My father-in-law is in prison for trying to kill me. Now I know he was trying to be kind. 1 year ago, my father-in-law tried to murder me. He planned it beautifully. The trip up to the cabin in the woods that his family owned, pushing me into the dried up old well, pickpocketed my phone, left a gun within the well that gave me the option of caning myself instead of starving to death. His twisted version of mercy, I guess. Either way, he would have got away with it. He hadn't accounted for the lost dog, though. Hadn't thought that a couple would come looking for a beloved pet who had raced off after a deer. That they would find me, half dead from starvation and dehydration, holding the gun, contemplating it seriously after nearly 3 days in the well, fully aware that I was going to die of thirst before starvation. There had been no rain for days. When I woke up in the hospital, my wife Samantha was by my side holding my hands, her beautiful face wet with tears. Despite my own physical pain, all I wanted to do was make her stop crying, so I softly took her hand and with great effort raised it to my lips and gave it a gentle kiss. I was so worried about you. What happened to you? She begged me, green eyes bright with tears. The nurse came in and took my vitals, then told my wife that she should leave me to sleep some more. I was glad for the rescue because I knew once I revealed what had really happened to me, my wife's heart would break permanently. Her father had always been her favorite person. I met Samantha at work 3 years ago. She was the marketing executive where I was a software developer. We were both in our late 20s, and I knew within 10 minutes of our first conversation that I was going to marry her. She was bright, funny, clever, and it didn't hurt that she was absolutely gorgeous with bright green eyes and long red hair. 4 months into dating her, she met my family. I come from a massive family where both my parents had 4 siblings each and then went on to have 5 kids together too. Our Sunday lunches are loud, raucous events at my folks' place with at least 20 people in attendance, but Sam was utterly charmed by my family, and my parents and siblings adored her. She fit right in like the missing piece of a jigsaw puzzle. Everything was going so well until Sam decided it was my time to meet her only family member, her father. Cameron Joyce was a tall, burly man who dressed and looked like a lumberjack. He lived in a neighborhood at the very edge of the suburbs, close to a big, wide forest. When he stiffly shook my hand, his blue eyes ice cold, and a sort of chill ran through me. After we walked into the 2-bedroom house behind him, the first red flag should have been that there was no photos of Sam's mother. Not one. In fact, if I truly thought about it, Sam never really spoke about her mother. I should have asked more questions about her, but I guess I always just assumed that the subject was too painful for her. The first time I thought her father was trying to kill me was a fleeting thought which happened that visit. I distinctly heard Sam tell her father over the phone multiple times that I had a nut allergy. But when we sat down to eat, I started to feel my throat swell up. Sam's father watched me cough, slowly chewing his food. Of course, we had an EpiPen on us, but if we hadn't, I could be dead right now. Then it was the time, right after our wedding, when he knew I couldn't swim, but I am 90% sure he pushed me into the lake when the 3 of us were on the docks looking at his boat. The third time was the charm, though. If those hikers hadn't found me, I'm sure I would have died down in that well. You might be wondering why I chose to go to that cabin with a man I thought was trying to kill me, because I really didn't think he was trying to kill me. My brain insisted that I had misread or misheard the situation, and both those incidents could have been accidents. Also, Sam was keying her father and her husband, and I just couldn't break her heart. I'll never forget the ride to the cabin. My father-in-law was a man of few words, so when he decided to tell me a story, I almost sighed with relief that I didn't have to keep talking to fill the dead air between us. He kept his eyes on the road and said, "There was once a boy who lived a happy life with his family in the forest. It was him, his 3 brothers, his parents, his grandparents, his uncles and aunts, and all his cousins. He didn't know much about the world beyond his family home, but he had 1,000 things to do in the woods, so he never wandered. For a time, all was well, and as it should be. The boy and his family lived off the land, hunted and thrived, until one day on his 19th birthday, the boy saw the woman in white in the gut of the trees. Ethereal and shimmering, she glowed like a white will-o'-the-wisp. When he asked his mother about her, she told him to stay away from the woman, that nothing good comes out of the woods on a sickle moon night. We were close to the cabin now, and as we approached it, a strange sort of feeling was beginning to crawl up my spine, a sense of something being wrong, gripping me tightly. The boy listened to his mother. 2 days he did not go looking for the woman. On the 3rd night, he found himself outside the house walking into the woods. As he drew closer, he saw the woman's face. Her gold hair shimmered all the way to her knees, ice blue eyes and a lovely face that glowed with the promise of a forever his mortal brain didn't understand. The woman offered him her hand. Entranced, he reached out and took it. He parked and turned off the engine of the car, but still wouldn't look at me. Instead, he stared ahead into the depth of the forest and he told me this eerie tale. The minute he took that hand, the thing claimed him. They found him a year later at the top of a mountain, living in a cave, naked and insane, speaking a strange tongue in a language which had to be made up. What was terrifying was that both his legs from his knees downward were gone. And yep, the wounds had been cauterized, and someone or something had clearly been feeding him. His parents brought him home and tried to help him recover his mind. The doctors fitted him with prosthetic legs he kept hidden away, but the boy was never really the same again. When he began to slowly speak again, he spoke of a woman with a skull instead of a face, a long skeletal crone's body, fangs instead of teeth, clumps of white hair that fell out of her head, and milk-white eyes, the eyes of a corpse. And then, finally, the ear-piercing scream. He fell silent, and then my skin was crawling. I asked him, what happened to him? My father-in-law broke out of this trance and looked at me, his expression unreadable. Let me show you how to hunt. The trial was short. My father-in-law was caught in possession of my phone and several other items that suggested what he planned to do. His internet search history revealed extensive ways to murder someone. When they put Cameron Joyce in prison, my wife cried herself to sleep every night for a month. I think she blamed me for what happened, even though she never would say those words. I would catch her looking out for our apartment in the direction of the forest, which we could clearly see. She grew more and more forgetful, wouldn't go to work, would sleep all day. Some days she wouldn't even brush her hair. Her face grew more haggard, and sometimes, when I saw her naked form in the bed in the moonlight, I could swear I saw her ribs through her translucent skin. Her sadness was going to devour her, and there was nothing I could do about it. One day I came home and she wasn't there. I looked for her everywhere. I don't know how I knew it, but somehow I knew she'd be at the cabin. I jumped into my car and sped there at full speed, not caring how many fines I would have to pay. I got there just before dark and I caught sight of her. She was naked, her back to me facing the forest. Sam! I called her name as I got out of the car. She didn't turn to look at me. Instead, she stood there, her messy red hair lifted by the breeze. I called to her again, a deep sense of unease in my bones. Sam! Slowly, she turned to face me. And that was when I saw her face. A skull, a distended jaw that opened much, much too wide. That was when she let out an ear-piercing scream. A sharp pain burst through my head, and I immediately clapped my hands over my ears. I tried screaming my wife's name again, but all I could hear was the shriek that was starting to feel like someone was knifing my brain. My vision swam, and I stumbled backward. A dozen figures had approached from the woods, all of them with skull-like faces, impossibly distended jaws, and the same milk-white eyes that had replaced my wife's bright green ones. And they were all walking towards me. I didn't even think. I got into my car and started the engine, my ears bleeding from the sound of the scream. I ran. 2 days later, I'm couch surfing at a friend's after the doctors had dealt with one perforated eardrum. They told me I was lucky both my eardrums hadn't burst from the volume I was listening to music at. I just nodded and let them go on with it. There was a ringing in my ears I couldn't quite get rid of no matter how I tried. There was no way I could explain what had happened in those woods to them. I'm waiting for the ringing and the headache to stop before I go looking for Sam again. This time I will take a gun. I'll find her and bring her home. I've already spoken to the police, but I know they just aren't as motivated to find her as me. My phone rings and I gingerly held it to my good ear. It's a collect call from the prison. I accept it because who else could possibly give me answers? It happened, didn't it? My father-in-law's gruff voice made me nearly drop the phone. I swallowed hard. Sam's gone, I said numbly. She's gone back where she belongs, he said. You're lucky. How am I lucky, I asked, bitter anger surging through me. She was my wife and your daughter. That thing was no daughter nor a wife. It knows how to mimic being human. Why do you think I told you that story? His voice was low and even. My jaw dropped. Was he really suggesting he was the boy from the dark fairy tale he was told? You're cruel. Disowning your daughter, trying to kill me. You should listen to me, boy. And listen good. That creature was dropped at my doorstep a few months after I came home from the forest. It was an infant then, and it butchered my parents. I found pieces of them around their cabin for years, then proceeded to kill everyone related to me. Yet it wouldn't let me die or kill me. And I couldn't figure out why, until I realized it needed me, the way a parasite needs its host. Finally, when everyone I loved was dead and buried, it needed more prey, and it found you. I'll take pieces of you, then keep you alive to take pieces of everyone you love. It will feed on your pain as you live through your own horror show. I swallowed hard. He had lost his damned mind, surely. What on earth was he trying to say? If I were you, I would take all my belongings and leave. Leave the state, hell, leave the country. Don't ever look back, you hear me? Ever. With a sharp click, he hung up. I wish I had listened to him. I wish I hadn't decided that I needed to rescue my wife at any cost. Instead, I am sitting here in the dark, inside the old cabin, looking outside the window, my fingers folded around the hunting rifle. A sickle moon gleams silver, the only light in the jet black night. And there inside the darkness, I think I see a figure shimmer. From a distance, she almost looks like my wife. Almost. Until her inhuman skeletal jaw distends, and she screams. I played hide and seek with my son, and found something terrifying. During quarantine, my 4-year-old and I played a lot of hide and seek. Well, hide and seek with a few extra rules. 1, I'm the only one that hides. He doesn't want to. 2, I have to call out yoo-hoo every few minutes, otherwise he'd never find me. And 3, when he gets close, I pop a hand or foot out of my hiding spot and he shrieks, "I see your feet, ha 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 ha." 4-year-olds are really stupid, okay? And I didn't exactly have the money to buy him a ton of toys. We just moved out into this house a few weeks ago. The rent took up nearly my entire paycheck. I got all the furniture from Free Cycle. We ate beans and rice often, and I was still driving around a 20-year-old car. "Hide again," Benjamin said, tugging my hand. "Hide again." "But it's almost bedtime." "Please." "Okay, but only one game, okay? Go count in the kitchen." He ran around the corner as fast as he could. 1, 2... I ran through the living room, and then I saw it, the hall closet. Perfect. I opened the door and ducked inside. It was a tight fit, all those scratchy, furry old coats pressing against me, but it was worth it. Because the better the hiding spot, the more time I got to myself. I pulled out my phone and started browsing Reddit. Soon his muffled footsteps sounded around the dining room. I waited a minute. When he didn't seem to be coming my way, I cracked the door. "Yoo-hoo!" I called out. Footsteps grew louder. I heard his muffled giggles as he walked towards me, and then he started going up the stairs. What an idiot. I cracked the door open a little further, just in time to see his little feet disappear from the landing. Then I shrugged. More time for me. I sat back down in the closet and pulled out the phone. "Mommy," I heard him giggle from upstairs. "Mommy, where are you?" I smiled. I wonder if a mom invented hide and seek. It's quite brilliant. You get a few precious minutes away from your child. They're not even supposed to make much noise, but you're entertaining them at the same time. Absolutely Yoo-hoo! I stopped. Every muscle in my body froze, but I heard it clear as day. A soft, clear voice calling from upstairs. But Benjamin and I were home alone. Oh God. Someone's in the house and Benjamin. I burst out of the closet. "Benjamin, where are you?" I heard Benjamin's footsteps running above me. His giggles trailing down to me. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. "Benjamin," I finally screamed. More giggles, and then Benjamin's voice. "I see your feet." No, I catapulted up the steps, screaming for him. I burst into the bedroom, and he wasn't there. Just his empty rocket bed, comforter rumpled, embroidered stars staring back at me. I ran back into the hallway, spinning around. "Benjamin." But I didn't hear any footsteps, any giggling. The house was dead silent now, and I could hear a pin drop. I ran into the guest bedroom. It was empty. I ran over to the closet, threw it open, looked up and down, nothing. Stumbling back out into the hallway, I crossed back towards my bedroom, the only bedroom left. I ran inside and flicked on the light. Empty. The pile of dirty laundry on the chair, untouched. The wardrobe, hanging open. My clothes inside. The pillows piled up on each other in a heap. Heart dropping, I ran around the other side of the bed. Also empty. I crouched to look under the bed. Empty. "Mommy. Mommy." Relief flooded me as I heard that voice. The door to the bathroom opened a crack, and one blue-eyed peered out at me, wide with fear. I ran over and grabbed him, hugged him, and then I hoisted him up and started out for the bathroom. His eyes were still wide with fear, and they weren't focused on my face, but the spot just above my shoulder. I whipped around. It took me a moment to see it, but then I did. I stared at the wardrobe, frozen, my heart pounding in my ears. In the shadows, poking out from underneath the hems of my dresses and coats, were 2 feet. In moments like this, my brain doesn't really think. It's too slow. Instinct reigns. The smartest thing would have been to lock ourselves in the bathroom and climb out the window, but instead, I just ran for the hallway, as fast as I could. As I ran down the stairs, I heard the weighted footsteps, slow and methodical, resonating through the house. I could still hear them pounding into my brain as I ran to the neighbor and screamed for help. The police came. They searched the house. They didn't find anything, no signs of forced entry either. So they promised me they'd patrol my street for the next few days. But that was all they could really do. I had decided to stay at a friend's house for a few weeks until I felt safe again. But every time I closed my eyes, I could see them. Those 2 feet that looked so off. Somehow. Swollen as if waterlogged. A bit too grayish in tone to belong to any normal person. Toenails blackened and split. And I think back to that wardrobe. How I'd gotten it for free. How the owner told me his mother had just died. And he was just trying to get rid of all her stuff as quickly as possible. And I wondered, how exactly did she die?
Tier 1. House on fire. Disputes between neighbors are common. Property boundaries, noise complaints, shared fences, pets, parking spaces, or different lifestyles. All of these things together can create the perfect storm for conflict, and sometimes the conflict can escalate. When I used to live in my upstairs apartment, I liked to listen to music, and it wasn't rare to get a broom or two banging under my floor, a wordless request to quiet down. And you know what I'd do? I'd be a respectful neighbor and quiet down. That's called conflict resolution. But many people don't have the capacity to resolve conflicts peacefully, especially when the request is unreasonable or out of your control. What might begin as a simple misunderstanding can quickly turn into rage, anger, and sometimes violence. A post from 6 years ago does a great job of showcasing what can happen when neighborhood conflict turns ugly. The user, Another Guilty Witness, writes, Karen threatens to get me arrested for gardening my garden. The title says it all. Because the groundhog had no shadow, spring came early, so I had decided to weed the garden strip that borders mine and Karen's property. There's a fence between the garden and her house. While doing so, I get rid of some of my daylilies that are on my property. I finish, return to my house, and continue my day, until I hear a shriek from the side of my house. I rush over because I'm scared someone got hurt. And Karen, who just got home from work, asked me why I got rid of her lilies. I say that they were my lilies and that I was making space for tomatoes, cucumbers, and carrots. She then calls the police because I had destroyed her property. The police come and basically tell her to go inside and shut up, because it's pretty clear whose flowers they were. Simple enough. Property lines got confused, and now Karen thinks that her precious daylilies have been stolen from her. But overall, it doesn't seem like a big deal. The post is nothing to write home about, just a normal interaction with an entitled, confused neighbor. In fact, I'd call it pedestrian. It does suck that Karen doesn't have her lilies anymore, but genuinely, who cares? Well, Karen cares. A lot more than anyone realized, apparently. And what she does next is nothing short of terrifying. OP then creates a new post to tell us what happened later that night, after their first confrontation. This is an update to a previous post of mine, but I feel like this is big enough to warrant its own post. In my previous post, I explained that a woman flipped out over the fact that I had taken daylilies out of my garden in preparation for some vegetables and such I was going to plant. In the comments, some had suggested that I put a camera facing the garden in case Karen decides that the tomatoes look like they're on her side of the property line. My aunt, who's not entitled, was switching from Arlo to Ring home security, so she sent me those. They arrived the morning of the fire, so no video. That aside, I did not expect Karen to do this. Yesterday, Karen got mega drunk, like multiple cases of beer drunk. I don't know what she was drinking, but she had obviously had a lot. And this put her anger over the edge about the loss of my lilies. She went, with wood and fire starter, to my neighbor's house, the one on the opposite side of her house than mine, and lit their bins on fire. This spread to their porch, and their entire home was alight. I'm a light sleeper, and living in a cul-de-sac. Was woken up by the orange haze floating through my windows. I called 911, the whole shebang, witness report and everything. And as I went out with the 911 operator on the phone, this shitbag gives a confession. After a while, and as the fire department shows up, she realizes her mistakes. 1, she lit a house on fire, and 2, she lit the wrong house on fire. She's being charged with arson and the like, and everyone got out. There was a mother, father, and 2 kids who are high schoolers. It still feels surreal. A commenter then asks if she had intended to light his house on fire, and OP replies, yes, she meant to set mine on fire. Her eyes went giant when she realized her mistake. Took a good 5 minutes after she told me the story of how she lit my house on fire. What started as a petty disagreement over flowers spiraled into a near tragedy. But thankfully, no one was injured, but an innocent family is now homeless because of Karen's reckless stupidity. It goes to show, you never really know who might be living next door and what they're truly capable of. Slugs. When I was a kid, I remember sitting in my living room and flipping through the channels at night when I came across a show that I had no business watching. That show was the original Fear Factor hosted by Joe Rogan. It was a game show where contestants would compete for a cash prize, and the premise was very simple. Contestants, before coming on, would submit their fears to the show, which they would then have to confront during the course of the game. And if they successfully overcame all their fears, oftentimes by completing disgusting, often terrifying challenges, they'd go on to win the prize. And some of the most disgusting and disturbing challenges were ones involving food. Ice cream covered in snot and vomit, blended up rats, cow eyeball juice, but that's just a game show. What if it happened in real life? How would you react? Unfortunately for user rainbow_drizzle, things were about to get nasty. She writes, I found out my partner has been putting slugs in my food. I don't know how to forgive him. I, 22 female, have been with my partner 24 male for 4 years now. I have never known him to do anything like this, but I noticed he started acting a little strange around a month, maybe a month and a half ago. He started putting fruit on the floor in the garden, and I thought it was a bit weird, but he said he was feeding the mice family that have nested in our shed, so I thought it was sweet and helped him do so. Anyways, he started being really nice to me around 2 weeks ago and was making me food, baking me cakes and stuff, which he never usually cooks, so I was so happy he found a hobby. I did notice, sometimes, I felt sick and dizzy after eating, and I just put it down to lack of sleep/hormones. Anyways, a friend of my partner's came into my work today. I work in a cafe, and said he needed to speak to me when I was free. I was free as there wasn't any customers at the time. He told me that my partner has been collecting slugs from the garden on fruit he has been putting out there and putting them in my food, blending them up. He even sent this friend of his pictures of a bag of slugs he had collected and the picture of blended slugs. I feel really sick to my stomach. I don't understand why he would do this. This is so out of character of him. I asked him why he was doing it, and he accused me of snooping through his messages, which I would never do, and got so angry at me for not being able to take a joke. I feel disgusting. I love him to pieces, but I just don't understand his way of thinking just now. Am I overreacting? I don't know what to do. I feel lost. Update. I went to urgent care last night/early hours of morning and waited and was finally seen around 6 a.m.-ish. I had some tests and I have a high level of metaldehyde in my blood. I was kept in for monitoring, and I have some ulcers in my stomach. I was aware of this anyways, as I was hospitalized about 2 months ago for a burst ulcer. I originally thought it was stress, but they now say it could be because of the poisoning. I could have an infection of some kind, as my temperature is high, but they haven't found anything that could be causing that yet. They have checked my heart and it's fine. I'm due to have heart surgery this year though, and they're delaying it due to ulcers and infections and the fact I keep getting sick, which is okay. I have an appointment to see my cardiologist on the 20th of April. I contacted the police and wrote a statement and was asked some questions. Anyone who knows me in real life, please don't post mine or my partner's name, as the police said it would destroy the investigation. Not the exact words they used, but I am unsure. I was in a daze. My ex refused to say anything to the police or to me. However, he did say he would speak to his friend and only him. He then spoke to me. I was not alone. I was with a friend and his friend too. He confessed to doing random experience on me/tests starting a few months after we moved in together. It started with spitting on my toast, and then the week later, he replaced my medicine, beta blockers, with salt, emptied capsules. I want to add he was my medication holder, as I have a history of S-word attempts, so he handled my meds and gave them to me, and that's when he thought it would be funny. He also admitted to these things, swapping my Linda McCartney vegetarian sausages with real meat. I have IBS and struggle to digest meat, so became a vegetarian. He also replaced my corn nuggets with his real ones. One of my pet giant African land snails went missing in the summer, and I assumed it escaped since I left the lid open on their box, but he said it had died, so we scraped it out and put it in my curry. I vaguely remember the day he did this, as he laughed whenever I went to eat the curry, and I got really paranoid, so I put it in the kitchen and stormed off. He then brought it upstairs and told me to taste it, and I did, and I realized he added loads of chili, and he said he was laughing because he put chili powder in it and too much came out. Now I think he must have put the chili in to cover the fact he put my snail in there. He also said he rubbed my toothbrush on the toilet, but then washed it as he thought that was too far. I feel like this is all a dream. It just seems too dramatic to feel real. I am unsure what is happening on the legal front. He says he doesn't know why he did this and that he loves me truly and that he felt compelled to do it, which I understand as I suffer from OCD and get compulsions/impulsions, and that he really loves taking care of me and he feels it's his purpose and he didn't mean to cause serious harm. He promises he never did any of this to our animals. I think he could just be stressed, as I have mental health issues that could have caused something in him to break from too much stress. I am really sad and sorry for those who I caused concern. What happened to OP is terrifying, but sadly, it isn't uncommon for people to abuse their partners in sick, twisted ways. And we actually have a similar story on the next entry. Domestic violence. 10 months ago, an account called Throwaway53665 posed just such a question to Reddit. It's titled, "How did physical abuse start for you?" My partner, male 36, shoved me, female 29, for the first time today. He started to get verbally aggressive during an argument. When he starts yelling at me and mocking me, I try to get some space for a few hours. I generally have never walked out during arguments with previous partners. However, when he starts getting disrespectful and the conversation is not productive, I feel so overwhelmed that I don't know what else to do but try to get away. I try to tell him that I need some time to myself. He usually yells things like, "You're just going to do the running away thing again. Is this really all this means to you?" Like other times before, he followed me and ran in between me and the doorway, attempting to block my exit. There's been many other times of him physically preventing me from leaving like this, also standing behind my car, for example. But then, for the first time, he shoved me away. Hard. I was appalled. He later apologized and said it was because I stepped on his foot and it was an accident. He says he would never hurt me, but I'm not sure if I should believe him. It seems plausible that I could have stepped on his foot without realizing it. I did have winter boots on and he had bare feet, so I do feel bad since that must have really hurt. Even then, however, I wonder if that warrants such a strong reaction like shoving someone to the point of almost knocking them over. It's been easier to dismiss many of the emotional abuse signs. I question if I'm somehow part of contributing to this dynamic. I think about how he is so wonderful most of the time. There is always some sort of plausible reason for his reactions/emotional outbursts that has kept me hanging on. I told myself I would definitely leave if it ever escalated to physical abuse, but now I'm even questioning myself about that. Commenters were quick to provide their own stories. Harsh, dirty realities for many suffering from domestic violence. A comment by NTA Black Wolf shows what could happen if the original poster weren't to take action. It started with calling me names, ranting and raving for hours, then pushing me and breaking some of my things, then choking me. Only once. This time I got away and called the police and he ran away. After pushing and leaving bruises one day, he got up and hit me. He headbutted me and made my nose bleed. Literally found your post searching for warning signs about abuse turning to murder. I never thought any of these things would happen. Now the emotional and verbal abuse has become normalized. I've started having reactive abuse, yelling and throwing things. He has destroyed my clothes and threw something at my head, causing it to bleed. I keep thinking it'll get better. On a wait list for therapy. Just know this behavior isn't normal to all men. There are 44 comments on the original post. Some of them offer their own experiences. Others outline what signs to look out for, checklists for abusive partners, and resources for how to escape. A terrible reality for many people all over the world. The post serves as a reminder that this kind of violence happens every day, and that if your partner is shoving, hitting, or throwing things at you, or poisoning you with slugs, they are abusing you. Simple as that. Noises at night. Everyone gets scared when things go bump in the night. Creaking doors, constricting pipes, wind banging against the side of your home. All of these things can give you a good scare. But nothing compares to this next Redditor story. User RedWantsBlue80 writes, I use an app called Sleep as Android to improve my sleep. One of the features is that it records your nighttime noises, snoring, sleep talk, cover ruffles, coughing, etc. I've been using the app since October 1st of 2013. I've never caught anything other than sounds created by me changing positions or coughing or something like that. Although I've been told several times I talk in my sleep by other people. On December 30th, at 2:04 a.m., I caught something very weird. To set up, this night I was sleeping in my bed. My 3-year-old was with me that night as he is scared of the dark. It was just the two of us in the whole house. The next night, I decided to go through and delete my recordings and saw this particular recording. In it, you can hear some clicks that start to get louder over the course of the recording. Eventually, you can hear me say, "What are you doing?" And immediately after, there is a deep voice that says, "Nothing." The clicks become very loud at that point, and at the very end of the recording, you hear the same voice say, "That's them, I think." I am pretty creeped out by this. I don't remember being awake that night. The only plausible explanation is that I answered my own sleep talking, but the voice doesn't even sound like me or something I could emulate. It definitely doesn't sound like a voice my preschooler could emulate either. I have no idea what the clicks could be. I keep a fan going at night for white noise, but the clicks sound like they're coming from right near my phone, which is placed right by me on my bedside table. I want to say that I've picked up the clicks a few times on recordings before, but deleted them thinking it was nothing. This is the first time I've ever heard anything though. And for everyone skeptical about this story, here is the original audio recording that accompanied the post.
What are you doing? Okay. today.
Genuinely, I thought this post at first was an exaggeration, but after hearing the voice on that recording, well, I'm just glad she's safe from whatever that was. Tier 2. The Machete Man. Therapists are some of the most crucial service workers that exist today. The prevalence of mental health issues, psychological disorders, trauma, and the pressures of everyday life have made therapy not just helpful, it's crucial. But some patients clearly need more help than others. Those especially damaged or demented patients who wrestle with dark thoughts or complete delusion can be very dangerous if left untreated. But there are dangers that come with treating them too. Our next user, Raise Our Bays, responds to an Ask Reddit thread with their own story of treating a very difficult patient. Therapist in training and my tutor, who is a childhood abuse and trauma specialist, tells some horror stories. The one that stood out for this question was a guy in his mid-40s who had lived most of his life with extreme paranoia that his parents were sending people to get information from him to blackmail him with. This guy was extremely unstable and was legally obligated to go to therapy after committing some petty theft because he believed his parents were tracking his money. Anyway, he'd been going for about 6 weeks, and he began to talk about a plan for the future. He was kind of vague, but said he had worked out a way to break free from his childhood and move forward. My tutor was apprehensive but hopeful. He had been making good progress in the previous sessions. Fast forward a week and this guy's back again. He's noticeably agitated and carrying a large sports bag. My tutor remarks that she's pleased to see him and likes his new bag. He breaks down. He confesses that he has a machete in the bag and had planned to kill everyone from his old life, starting with his therapist, so he could be free from his past, but she was very nice and would be hard to kill. My tutor politely excused herself and called the police. The guy was very compliant. He'd pretty much given up at that point, but the police confirmed he did indeed have a large machete in his bag, and his car was full of bin bags. She said that was the only time she felt she was close to dying, and says the moral of the story is to treat all your clients well because you never know who's plotting your murder. My father tried to kill me. As children, we rely on our parents to take care of us. That's their role. They are our protectors. They keep a roof over our heads, food in our bellies, and lead us into adulthood with a gentle, firm direction. But sometimes, parents end up more like the villains of our story than our heroes. User 99muses writes, I think my father tried to kill me when I was younger. My father and I have never gotten along. Maybe when I was a baby, but I know I was a disappointment. Being born a female, and he comes from a very hierarchical, conservative, patriarchal family. He was literally the precious son that my grandparents had 4 daughters until they had him. It's been an accepted fact with my immediate family that my father dislikes me with no apparent or obvious reason. As I grow older, I think that maybe it's because he felt he did everything he was supposed to do in his life, but it's not enough for him, or it wasn't right for him to be happy, and as a result, I was his punching bag, often literally. I grew up in an Asian household where physical discipline was normal. It was rarely severe or the kind that left marks, but it was normal and I'm fine with it. But I've always had this memory that, until very recently, I thought was just a crazy dream I had until I talked to my sister, and she remembers it, meaning it really did happen. In my dream/memory, my father was very angry. He's very short-tempered and rarely in a good mood, and is prone to shouting and physical disciplining. But this time, I don't even remember what I had done, but I remember he was very angry. I wasn't a rebellious teenager at all, very soft-spoken and quiet and obedient. Although maybe not studious enough for my father, despite getting good grades, I'm not sure. But this day I remember because he was shouting and he pushed my head down and wrapped his hands around my throat and started to choke me. I remember barely even struggling, but everything eventually going dark. Apparently my sister had walked in and started screaming at him when she saw what was happening and he finally let go. But then I had fainted. I always thought this was just a dream. I thought the worst he had ever done was bash my head repeatedly against the glass dinner table when he thought I was stupid for using a CD player to figure out what songs were on a CD my friend had given me. I'm shockingly technologically inept for my generation. And the more I think about it, maybe it wasn't the intention, but I feel like he tried to kill me. I get very jealous when I see fathers who care for their daughters, who cherish them and has so much love for them in their eyes. My mother is wonderful. I'm not even sure if she knows this happened. Recently, I was seeing someone, and I finally opened up to him after he pressed me a lot to tell him what happened with my father. I haven't been resistant to talking about the coldness of my father in my relationship, but I've always stayed vague with the details and the extent. But the guy I was seeing didn't really say anything after I told him and fell asleep soon after. It made me feel like I was blowing things out of proportion. And now things are over with him, and my secret is gone with him, and I have no one to confide in about it. I know I should be grateful. My father was there in my life, and he contributed to the privilege that I've grown up with, but when I introduced my ex-boyfriend to my family, he was so excited and happy and led him away and spent time with him like he's never even tried to with me. Not even when I was a little girl, desperate for his love. So much that I tried to be a boy. I tried to learn about cars and baseball and all the things he loved. I tried to dress like a boy and pushed myself to enjoy more boyish activities. But it was never enough for him. And it makes me feel like I'm not enough. Spontaneous age. Curiosity is a funny thing. It's one of the core characteristics of our humanity. It's what encourages us to open doors we were told to leave closed, build cities, or explore the stars. But as the old adage goes, curiosity killed the cat. 16 years ago, a user named Spontaneous H made a now infamous post to r/IMA titled, "I did H yesterday. I'm not a drug user and have never done anything besides pot back when I was a teen. Ask me anything." This is a little long. I have never been a drug user. I drink once in a while and smoked pot years ago back when I was a teen in high school a few times, and that's it. I'm 24 now, have a master's and a well-paying full-time job. Yesterday, I was walking through Washington Square Park, where I pass every day, and there are always people there looking to sell drugs. They usually don't solicit drugs unless you stop to stand around near one of them for some reason, or look like you're looking for something. Yesterday, I happened to stop by a row of benches to check some messages on my phone when a dealer on the bench to my right asked me if I need anything. My life has been pretty boring the last few years, and I feel like I haven't really lived, taken any risks, or done anything crazy, so I figured, what the hell? Maybe I'll buy some pot. It's been a while. I said yeah, and after asking me several times if I'm a cop, he gives me his number and tells me to meet him at a fast food place several blocks away, and he will hook me up. I say alright and nervously check to make sure I have cash and go meet this shady looking dude. We sit down and, after hounding me asking me if I'm a cop, he asked what I need. I tell him I just want a dime bag, and he says something like, "Nah, sorry man, I only sell half ounces. You can take that and I've got some Coke and H." At this point, I didn't want to buy half an ounce of pot. I probably never smoked more than an eighth in my life, but then I started considering his last word. H. I've heard so much about it, and how crazy addictive it is, and seen it in the movies and TV. I'm thinking The Wire here, one of my favorite shows, and it really started to intrigue me. I've always wondered what it would be like to do H. Out of nowhere, I say I'll take the H and we do the deal there. I give him the cash under the table, and he slides me a small order of fries with a little stamped wax baggie in it. Then he tells me to let him leave first. I put it in my pocket, then nervously race home, my heart racing. I cannot believe what I just did. I held onto that bag in my pocket, palms sweating the whole ride home. When I get home, I open the bag and dump some golden flakes and powder on my glass coffee table. At this point, I don't even know what to do. I know you can snort H, but it looked all flaky, so I try to remember how they did it in the movies, but they always seem to inject it in film. So I start Googling how to snort H like an idiot and do a little research on the stuff and how much to take. And then he gets into the nitty gritty on what he did to ingest it. But if you'd like to see the full reading, you have to go to the Patreon, $5 a month. You get uncensored videos, early access videos, and extra content. So please consider that, and I will just resume the story when it's YouTube appropriate. I waited, and in a few minutes, I had the most pleasurable feeling of pure relaxation and bliss wash over me. I just sat there, and everything felt amazing. I nodded off, and it was great. I had the TV on, but wasn't paying attention. I must have sat around for 4 hours doing nothing, but I felt total pleasure. And then he gets into some more, once again, nitty-gritty descriptions, so that'll be on the Patreon, and I'll just resume where it's YouTube appropriate again. I was blown away by the power of this stuff, and just how incredible it felt. I never understood why people did drugs before, and got so hooked on them, but now I see why. I have the urge to do it again, but I will resist and not do it, at least not for a long time. I understand the addiction potential and how someone could easily tear apart their lives with this stuff. H is pure powdered pleasure. I actually feel proud of myself for having the balls to do something this crazy, and I feel like it was a valuable life experience and my window into another world and part of society. I will never forget the day I did H. Now, ask me anything. Many of the commenters came forward with their own stories, urging the poster not to try H again, explaining how incredibly addictive and destructive it is. In response, the OP wrote this: "Please, no more comments telling me I'm going to be a homeless addict dying of an overdose now. Don't lecture me with all of your misconceptions and lack of any real knowledge or experience about the drug. I understand if you know someone who has been hurt by it. We all do. Any drug can ruin lives. Please ask me questions instead of trying to lecture me, and do some research first before spewing lies." And that's how it starts. The quiet denial. The justifications. He isn't chasing the high yet. He's still chasing control. Convincing himself he still has it. But addiction never arrives all at once. It builds, inch by inch, until it has you. Then, 7 years later, he made another post. Spontaneous H writes, "I don't know if anyone here remembers me, but you can look through my submissions history and get an idea. It's not pretty, and will take you through a journey of my first time trying H to my life quickly falling apart. So take that as a warning, it's graphic. I was totally out of my mind, and you may not want to read it depending on where you're at. This is the first time I've logged into this account in a couple years, and I had a bunch of PMs. And people occasionally mention this account in various places on Reddit, so I'll post a quick update here for anyone who stumbles upon this in the future. I'm now almost 6 years clean from all drugs and alcohol, and life is good. It's too difficult for me to go back and even read most of what I originally wrote 7 years ago. Maybe one day I'll be able to. I don't even remember what I said in the first post, but I know I can look back objectively and say that things probably weren't as good and normal before I tried H that time, as I made it seem in that first post. There were certainly warning signs before that with alcohol, weed, and other things that I had issues with. Substances, although I probably couldn't admit it to myself at the time. I would have never tried it if things were truly going well for me. What followed in the later posts with where it all took me was very real. Thanks to everyone who has reached out over the years. I hope everyone here is able to find the recovery and get the help they need." Plane crash. Tragedies happen every single day. A car crash on a back road, a fight that went too far, a mass shooting somewhere other than here, somewhere far away. Quiet chaos and destruction are happening everywhere around us, but oftentimes we don't hear it. The world keeps on turning. Cities keep glowing, and most of us never notice. Not because we don't care, but because the pain of others is easy to overlook because it isn't happening to us. Somewhere, right now, someone's whole life is coming apart, and we'll never know because it wasn't us. January 15th, 2023. Yeti Airlines Flight 691 was coming into land at its destination in Pokhara, Nepal. The flight, carrying 68 passengers, was in the final moments of a 25-minute journey from Nepal's capital city of Kathmandu. The pilots were in clear communication with air traffic control, who had just cleared the runway. They disengaged their autopilot, lowered their landing gear, and prepared to touch down. Inside the plane, the passengers were enjoying the final moments of their flight. They talked among themselves about the breathtaking view from hundreds of feet above ground. One man, Sonu Jaiswal, was on Facebook, live streaming his landing. He made a silly voice for those watching and quoted a popular South Asian meme, getting funny reactions from viewers. The camera shakes slightly as Sonu laughs, panning toward the window. The city of Pokhara stretches over the small window, bright rooftops, winding roads, and the glimmer of sunlight gleaming against the soft clouds. The weather is perfect. The sun is warm. There is no sign of panic, no sense that anything is going wrong. The passengers around him smile, relaxed, and as the plane brakes gently for descent. Then, without warning, the video jolts. A sudden tilt. Gasps. The camera catches a flash of sky as it's yanked around by the force of something we can't see. Seconds later, the pilots become aware of a sudden engine failure. The dual engines had feathered out and were providing no thrust. The plane was gliding, but in order to land, they'd need to turn. And unfortunately, this would cost them their lives. The live stream continues for a few more seconds, enough to hear the confusion, the rising terror, the screaming before, in an instant, a blinding white light flashes across the screen. The sound of screeching metal on metal and a dull roar. Viewers who had been watching Sonu's live stream are left staring at the ruins of a plane crash. Roaring flames erupt inches from the camera's lens, consuming the image. The fire grows for a few more seconds, getting brighter, hotter, and then the camera falls. We see the last of a smoke-screened sky and the jagged metal of the newly planted ruin. On r/interestingASF, a now inactive user posted the footage of the crash. It's not gruesome, no blood, no bodies, just a happy man filming his final moments. And then fire. One commenter writes, "It's so eerie seeing the final moments of someone's life so clearly. Almost like it's not something I'm supposed to be seeing. Just so tragic, I can't imagine what their families must be feeling." For a few days, the video spread like wildfire. Shared, reposted, dissected frame by strangers on every corner of the internet. News outlets ran headlines about the tragedy, but online, it became something else. Content. People debated what went wrong, analyzed the angle of descent, and the final ruling was that the pilots had made a mistake. They had moved the wrong lever when trying to engage the flaps for landing. And that was that. Watching the video, there's something hauntingly human about it. A man, alive and laughing one moment, gone the next. No warning, no fade to black, just an ordinary morning that ended in tragedy. And it exists today as one of the most disturbing videos I've seen to date. Not because it's gruesome, but because it's a horrific example of a calm, quiet moment that turned into someone's last. Tier 3. r/AskARtist. There is one abuse that is simply unforgivable, and the damage it does to a person isn't easily perceived. It is often committed by family members or friends, people you give your heart to, people who abuse your trust. Victims often go years without speaking about their abuse, afraid they won't be believed, or worse, that they will be blamed. The systems that should protect them often fail them, and by the time anyone listens, there's no longer a space for retribution or justice. What follows is a lifetime of rebuilding, learning to live in a world where people can be cruel and untrustworthy, and justice isn't always swift, where friends and family could be future aggressors, where around every corner could be an attacker. I'm talking about the R word, but from here on out, I'll call it non-consensual intimacy, because it just has more respect than the R word. There have been many Reddit threads over the years that have discussed non-consensual intimacy, and most would agree. These threads are helpful and important. It gives a voice to the otherwise voiceless, a platform to share their stories and raise awareness for others in a similar situation. But one Reddit user was curious about another element of their stories: the violent party, the perpetrators. In 2012, a user created a new thread, and although it was quickly taken down, the content remains available to this day through archiving. The title was Ask an R-Wordist. Here is the original post by the deactivated user, and some of the comments that followed. Reddit has had a few threads about non-consensual intimacy victims, but are there any Redditors from the other side of the story? What were your motivations? Do you regret it? One commenter shared their own story. I was a freshman and hooking up with this girl who got undressed in bed with me, then said no. I was extremely excited, so I ignored her and did it. She realized what was happening and tried to stop me, but it was too late and I was much stronger than her. Lasted maybe a minute, 2 tops. No protection. That was stupid. I hooked up with her a few more times. I rationalized the first time through the other times, but I know that's a pretty shitty thing to do. The other times I used protection and she didn't say no, but she seemed uncomfortable. Now I feel terrible about it and I wish I hadn't done it. When my daughter is old enough, I'm going to have a very frank conversation on male-female relations of the sort that I don't think most girls get. Another, more despicable commenter had this to say: I have R-worded both the girls I have had long-term relationships with, each on more than one occasion, and each time has been among my most enjoyable and memorable experiences. Retaining the relationships despite this has been difficult, although my current girl is at least attracted to consensual non-consent. I have succeeded in blaming events on substance abuse, too drunk, too wired, on physical accident, it slipped, on claiming to have thought they were playing along with a fantasy, or not realizing they were too intoxicated to consent, and more. I consider myself to be adept at manipulating the feelings of others, and do commit a large effort to my partner in other theaters of life in order to ensure that they remain satisfied with our arrangement overall. I understand that it would be typical to feel guilty for the situation. As far as I can determine, I do not. Frankly, this entire thread was beyond sickening to read, and the actions of these men are disgusting and inexcusable. Both of the comments I read were heavily censored, so yeah, these were both heavily censored, so it seemed like they were almost reliving it, almost. It was just very gross. In the descriptions they both gave, almost lustfully describing the horrific crimes they committed. I cannot speak into words how angry this thread made me, and I'm glad it was taken down, so no one has to see the full extent of their depravity ever again. A lot of sick people out there. My grandfather, the child lover. For these next few entries, I'm not going to do much introduction, as the content is extremely disturbing. The stories are very detailed and pretty long, so I'm just going to read them as is. With that being said, here is our next post. Posted about a month ago, so pretty recent. User Infant and Innocent writes, my grandfather turned out to be a child lover. My family found out today. Let me start by saying that he is not my biological grandfather, but I only found out about this when I was 10 years old. Nobody tried to explain this to me, and so I grew up with the idea that he was my real grandfather and just grew up like an ordinary child. I don't remember much from my childhood, but when I was 15, strange memories began to pop up into my head. They were all related to my grandfather, that he supposedly had inappropriate contact with me during my daytime nap. I don't remember anything specific about these events, and I always thought that it was my strange childhood invention because no one else in my family talked about it. But today changed everything. My mother asked me to call her and said that 4 days ago, she was told that my grandfather had inappropriate contact with my cousin. My cousin is 11. My grandfather did it while she was sleeping, but in reality, she was awake and was just afraid to show it. I don't know how she told the others about it. My older cousin said that she came to her work in tears and said, Our grandfather is a child lover. Also, child lover is kind of code for the P word. So I can't say it on YouTube, but you know what I mean. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but child lover in place of the P word. And anyways, let's keep going. My older cousin and I discussed this, and it turned out that we both had similar memories. And apparently what I remembered was not my imagination, but reality. Now we are both in our 20s. She didn't know that he had ever had inappropriate contact with me. And when she told the others, her mother and grandmother did not believe her. I didn't know about this, and that's why I kept silent too. To help you understand, I also have 2 younger sisters who are not cousins. One of them, the middle sister, rarely went to see her grandparents, so I hope this passed her by. But for the last 2 years, my youngest sister spent almost all of her free time at her grandparents' house, constantly spending the night there with my cousin. My mother is very afraid that she could have also been subjected to this. She also asked me in a conversation if something like this had ever happened to me. I initially said no, but after talking to my older cousin, I wrote her a message where I shared the information and explained that I was still not sure if it was real. She forwarded my message to my grandmother to prove to her that this was not the only case with my younger cousin. I don't know how my grandmother is. I don't want to call her after I found out that she didn't believe my older cousin and allowed it to happen again. I also understand her feelings. She lived her whole life not the way she wanted, and was afraid of condemnation from others. So my cousin and her aunt decided not to press charges against her grandfather. Instead, they told him to leave town, but he still comes to them and scolds them for rushing him. I am torn apart by emotions. I love my grandfather. I felt sorry for him when my grandmother yelled at him, and he always called me his beloved granddaughter. I am disgusted by what he did, but at the same time, it hurts me to think that he has to urgently look for housing, and he suffered a stroke, 2 heart surgeries. During these periods, I came and looked after him together with other family members. It's all terrible. I'm far from family, but I feel like it's falling apart. I am very afraid that this affected my younger sisters. My father wants to kill my grandfather after he found out that I might have also suffered the same abuse. My uncle is returning from a shift tomorrow, and he doesn't know what grandfather did. My uncle is a mentally unhealthy man and loves his daughter very much, so everyone is afraid that he will actually kill my grandfather. I'm sitting here, and I don't know how to deal with this. I love my family. I love my grandparents. I wanted to introduce my fiancée to them, and now everything is falling apart. My grandfather is a child lover. My grandmother and aunt once turned a blind eye to this, and only now have they all started to act. And then they feel sorry for him and allowed him to return home so that he can take some things. It was as if my grandmother kicked him out only because my younger cousin, with the support of my older cousin, spoke openly about the harassment. And I still don't know if he did anything to my little sister. It hurts me to think that she could have also gone through the same thing. I don't know what to do with all this. I need advice. And then one of the top comments on the post read as follows. Dude, I'm really sorry to hear about this. It's a horrible revelation, and it's totally okay to feel torn. It's not about having a perfect response, because there's no playbook for a crap storm like this. Your feelings and memories are valid. Don't doubt yourself. Try seeking professional help if things get overwhelming. Wishing strength to you and your family right now. Remember, it's okay to cut ties for healing. Blood isn't always thicker than water. During such times, self-care has got to coast above everything else. Stay strong, hoping for justice where it's due. Mad respect for speaking up. My son, my daughter. This next post was a comment on the subreddit Ask Reddit, answering the question, what's your secret that could literally ruin your life if it came out? User ABCH shares their story. Background. I'm a guy in my late 20s who was taken into care age 7. Everyone around me already knows that I was brought up by foster families because I had a bad early childhood. I deliberately keep it vague and say stuff like I'd rather not go into it, so that people will just assume I was abused in some way and they'll stop asking about it. The truth is that for the first 7 years of my life, I was brought up as a girl by my psycho birth mother, who really wanted a daughter and didn't let the snag of giving birth to a boy stop her from trying to raise one. She was a pretty successful professional in a legal field, not entirely sure what, and had me via anonymous sperm donor from a fertility clinic. She found out I was a boy at a late ultrasound and then moved across the country. She gave birth to me at home and continued to move about until I was about 5 or so. It was just the two of us all my life. So we had contact with other people, of course, but they rarely got very close. I had lots of friends, but was always supervised. I found out way after that my mother's strong paternal Christianity was a lie she used to explain why she was so strict about me being private and never letting anyone see me getting changed or anything. I just accepted all of this as fact, having never been told anything different. I was sent to a religious school for girls and had a really great childhood. I was a bit of a tomboy and played with Lego and toy animals, rather than dolls and stuff. But that's not unusual, and no one ever questioned if I was a girl, even me. I knew about men and women, but I had never really seen many naked people. My mother never ever spoke to me about it, but I kinda had the impression that when I grew up and got boobs and stuff, my male parts would kinda fall off or something, and I would be a woman, and other kids would keep theirs and they'd be men. I don't know, to be honest, I never really thought about it. Anyway, I carried on with my happy girlhood and had a bunch of friends and everything was great until I was 7, and a teacher accidentally spilled a cup of hot coffee over me at school. The liquid soaked through my clothes and was scalding me, so the staff immediately stripped me out of my dress and underwear to get the hot coffee away from my skin. And then they found out. The cops were called and I got taken to speak with who I guess would be social services. They asked me a bunch of questions about life at home and stuff. Meanwhile, my mother was taken in for questioning too. She refused to acknowledge me as male and insisted I was her daughter because she was, delusional and stuff. I wasn't allowed to go back home but got put with a foster family and went through loads of therapy and stuff. The worst part was that literally overnight, I lost everything. My mother, my home, all my toys, all my clothes. I moved schools so lost all my friends. They cut all my hair off and told me I wasn't a girl anymore. It was really traumatic. The first foster home wasn't that great. They had 3 boys already, and going from a sheltered, religious-only child upbringing to a rough and tumble testosterone-filled environment was really difficult. They tried to force me to emasculate, and I was just too confused about what they wanted. Anything girly was reprimanded, and I felt so lost and alone because nothing I did was right. I tried to commit S-word when I was 11, and again at 13 because I didn't feel like I fit in anywhere. After the second attempt, they moved me to a different foster family who were awesome. I consider them to be my parents. They actually stood up for me. The first thing was that they let me grow my hair. From when I got taken into care, they buzzed my hair short, and I hated it. They always had to hold me down and do it forcibly when I was crying and fighting. My new parents flatly refused to do it and said that loads of boys had long hair. They also let me quit karate and football and take up swimming and jazz dance. Since I'd been in care, no one had ever stood up for my right to choose what activities to do or how to dress before. It was amazing. In the end, I came out of it with a pretty healthy gender identity. I'm a guy, but not the most butch guy ever, but I'm fine with that. I went through school and got my degree and have a pretty good job and amazing, supportive wife. Everything looks great, but I can never speak about my early childhood and how I grew up as a little girl. The boy on the phone. 911 operators have one of the most important and devastating jobs on the planet. It's commonplace to develop mental exhaustion from all of the terrible things one has to hear working such a difficult job. This is one story posted by Stepside79 in response to the question, 911 operators, what's the scariest call you've ever answered? The user replies, I've posted this before when someone asked me what the most important call I've ever had in my job. So here goes. I'm a 911 police dispatcher. The most important phone call I ever received is when I just started with the police about 16 years ago. I was 21, about 2 months in, very green and still getting used to this crazy job. So I get a call from a male who flipped his car on the highway and was trapped. This wasn't unusual, to be honest. It does happen from time to time. especially in rural areas and at night when people drive while they're sleepy. Most people are bugging out and screaming while I try to get their info and send help. My job is basically to obtain a location, start police, fire, and ambulance rolling that way, and keep the caller calm and speaking to me to make sure he doesn't lose consciousness. So the driver involved, who I'll call Zach, was about my age-ish, early 20s, very calm and cooperative and even joking. He was hanging upside down because the car was on its side and he hadn't injured his leg. It was all good. Help was about 10 minutes out, and Zach and I were chatting and even laughing about this crazy experience. I knew he was blocking the roadway in his vehicle and was hoping a passerby would stop and help him out. Unfortunately, he was on a blind corner, and a car came flying around and struck his rolled over vehicle while he was still talking to me. Lots of screaming and yelling. I could tell he was pretty messed up, but I tried to keep him talking. He was just coughing and moaning. Sadly, the 10 things that need to happen for a car to ignite happened. Smoke and flame started pouring into Zach's car, and he started screaming, "Fire! I'm on fire." Basically, I listened while this poor kid burned to death. I still think about that call daily when I come to work. I've trained several new dispatchers and told that story to all of them. I've always said it's the most important call I've ever taken because nothing will ever be as bad as that. It's helped me deal with all sorts of madness I've been involved in, including hundreds of essays, domestics, shootings, pursuits, hostage situations, etc. But yeah, after that, the rest of this is easy. And now onto tier 4, and this is getting to some rough stuff. Some very disturbing things, and also I'll keep the kind of intros kind of short because the posts themselves are super long, so I'll just keep the intro very short for each one. But onto the first entry being "My son is disabled." This next story is by a single mother, user Special Needs Devil, who made a post explaining her situation and received heavy backlash for the story we're about to hear in detail. This was her response. She writes, "I can't tell anyone this, even my therapist. Lambaste me if you want, and maybe I even deserve it. I only ask what you would do if you were in my situation, not what you think people should do, what you would really do. I'm a single mom of 2 boys, 12 and 7. My husband passed away 3 years ago in a work accident. A very large portion of me believe it was a S word. I can't see him ever making the mistake he made that caused his death. And he had taken an action just before that, which ensured his coworkers weren't in the room. I fully believed he committed S-word because of our younger son, and no one will ever change my mind. We were told when I was pregnant that he would have Down syndrome. We could handle that, even if it was severe. It turned out he has a chromosome deletion. His disorder is kind of rare, so I won't post which specific one, but suffice to say, he'll never be anything more than he is now or has ever been. And what he is nothing. He doesn't appear to have any awareness and never has. His eyes are locked in one position. He doesn't respond to noise, touch, or pain. He is total care. He is capable of nothing. He is tube fed and on oxygen. He is in diapers and will forever be. He makes no sounds, no attempts to communicate. He never even really cried as a baby. He has never made an attempt to interact with anyone or his environment. I'm not upset because I got a special needs imperfect child. I feel the way I feel because this thing takes up 200% of my time and does nothing. I didn't get an imperfect child. I didn't get a child. I don't love him. He doesn't have any personality. There is nothing to love. And yet I'm responsible for him. In addition to his extreme delays, he's also medically fragile. Respiratory crises, fecal impactions, his autonomic nervous system doesn't function properly, issues with his G-tube, infections, pressure sores, no matter what we put him on or how we position him. Our older son has suffered because his non-existent brother has colored everything in his life. He's had medical care get delayed because there's only one of me and his brother is more critical. We do have a visiting home nurse, but only 20 hours a week, and we aren't eligible for more. I was starting law school. I gave up my dreams and my plans for my children for this potato. My older son can't do a lot of things he wants to because of the younger's need for care and appointments. The final straw was I heard a sound. I went into younger son's room to check, thinking he had forgotten how to breathe again, and saw older son hitting him and screaming, "You're why I don't have a mother. You're why I don't have a father. You're why I can't have friends over. You're why I can't be in sports. I didn't ask for you, and I hope you die." Instead of being horrified, I watched. And younger son just did not react. No signs of pain, or fear, or upset. No reaction at all. He breathes, but he is not alive. He doesn't know who I am. He doesn't know who older son is. He has no sense of self, life experience, or awareness of his surroundings. He doesn't need to be in my home. He doesn't know or care where he is. He is genetically my son, but he is not family. My previously abused, brain-damaged cat who can't walk straight has more personality and is far more lovable than my child. In fact, I was looking forward to raising a Downs baby, even one with severe impairments for that reason. With disability can come gifts. This boy is not a gift. He is a genetic mistake I probably should have miscarried and would have definitely terminated if I'd known he would have been like this. And the flip side is, if he has awareness, he's miserable, and there's nothing I can do. If he has likes and dislikes, no one knows what they are. If he is in pain, he can't tell anyone. If he wants anything, he can't communicate. He's had every imaginable therapy. Nothing has made a difference. And so he's leaving our home on the 29th. I feel excited and relieved, and then guilty, because I know we'll be happier with him gone. He's already taken my husband and my son's father. He was working so much overtime to pay for this cucumber's care, for the experimental therapies insurance wouldn't cover, because this was going to be the breakthrough. He was tired and defeated and disappointed. He sought counseling as well, but I don't think he could ever say the words, "I don't want my son in my home," either. He's ruined my older son. I was so wrapped up on the younger, I never realized how ignored and damaged he was. He lost his father too. I didn't just lose my husband. He is my priority now, and this malignant lump can be someone else's problem. At least they will be paid a wage to care for him. At least they'll get a break from him when they punch out. I just want to never think of him again, and I'm not sorry. And for that, I'm sorry. Thanks for reading. Edit. Thanks Pyconeeks for calling me a liar. Are you a medical doctor? If your Google foo was any good, you would have stumbled on 3P mosaic deletion duplication syndrome. That is the disorder my son has. I've basically identified myself by posting that, but hey, it's better than the PMs telling me to commit S-word. If you look at the features of 3P deletion syndromes, they look like Downs. My insurance didn't cover AFP testing, which would have told us it wasn't Downs, and I didn't think we needed it. I had a regular ultrasound and a 3D. Both doctors were 99% sure it was Downs. This post was absolutely not fiction. Instead, the mods and especially Pyconeeks just decided it was. If anyone would like, I'll dox myself. You can see my ID to verify my name, my marriage license, and my husband's death certificate. I will then link you to the news article of the freak industrial accident that ended his life so you can see it's the same person. As for not choosing hospice for my son, I can't. About a year ago, I myself was hospitalized with severe depression and CPTSD. There was proof of that too. During that time, my late husband's mother petitioned to get control as my son's medical proxy and got it. I'm fighting it, but it's a long, complicated process. There are competency hearings, there are statements from doctors and evaluations. Unless she okays hospice, which she refuses, I cannot decide that. I have custody. I cannot make medical decisions. She agreed to residential care, which I feel is the second best option. So he's going into residential care. As for mistaking a child choking with hitting, I was downstairs. I couldn't hear what my older son was saying, I only knew he was speaking. Go punch a blanket, or I don't know, a person with weak muscle tone. Then asked said person with meek muscles to cough. They didn't cough normally / forcefully, it's more a strong puff. Similar to, again, I don't know, a muted punch. When you're used to jumping at every strange sound, it's difficult to discern what's what sometimes. And that post is just beyond depressing for, sadly, everybody involved. I mean, hopefully everybody in that family can find some sort of happiness or solace in what they end up doing. But I hope her son, both sons, end up all right. I hope she ends up all right. And rest in peace, her husband. I mean, yeah, very depressing story. And hopefully they're doing better now. Bring her back. All right, and now onto the final post of today's video and the iceberg. And fair warning, this one is incredibly depressing, even more infuriating, and very, very disturbing. Posted by user F Your Coconut, our last post is titled, "You Can Come Over Again When You Bring Me My Daughter." Hello, I'm a first-time poster, but I discovered this subreddit a few months ago. I was talking about this subreddit with my therapist, and she gave me the homework of speaking out more about my story to see if it lessened my pain. I've written and deleted this post maybe 7 times now, but I think it's time to get it out. I've spoken English for 30 years, but it's not my first language, and occasionally I use the words wrong because that's what the direct translation is, so I apologize in advance if I confuse anyone. This is going to be a long post as I'm a rambler, and there is a lot of background involved. This happened 12 years, 2 months, and 13 days ago, on Wednesday, November 2nd, 2005. My husband got married in 2002 and had our son 10 months later in the same year. In May 2004, we welcomed our twin girls. My family was beautiful. Every time I took a picture of us, we looked like the family in the stock photos you can Google for. My husband is an engineer, and I'm a college professor. We had a nice house in the city. Our children were healthy and happy. We even had a golden retriever named Argo, as if we weren't the picture of a familial happiness as is. I can no longer look at the pictures of us because it makes me too angry. When my twin girls were born, we had no issues in the hospital. They were born right on their due date, latched perfectly, and passed all their postnatal tests with stellar stats. When we brought them home, however, we noticed that one of the girls, let's call her oldest daughter, since she was a whole 4.5 minutes older than her sister, was developing a rash. I hadn't really dealt with allergies in kids since my son didn't have them, and neither did any child or adults in my entire family. I wasn't sure what it was. I thought that maybe she just had sensitive skin like me. I can't tolerate certain fabrics because I have very dry skin, and I'll often break out in rashes if my skin decides that it doesn't like something. So I stopped using fabric softener on all the clothes. I bought the nicest, most comfortable bedding and clothes. At one point, I even made her clothes myself in the fear that maybe something in the manufacturing process was upsetting my oldest daughter. We went to the doctor several times, and they knew that she was having an allergic reaction to something. But every test came back negative, and we couldn't figure out what it was. It took 3 more months to figure it out. During that time, her allergic reactions got more and more severe. At one point, she was the only baby in the history of the hospital who had to be kept in a clean room because she seemed to have a reaction the minute she left. When that happened, we began an elimination therapy that would rival the lifestyle of Buddhist monks. My husband and I moved our son and youngest daughter in with his parents because we needed to eliminate everything from our routine to figure out what was causing the reaction in our oldest daughter. We stopped using our soap, our shampoo, our deodorants, our laundry detergents, and that was before we even got to our diet. It took us 3 more months, but we finally figured it out. Our oldest daughter was allergic to coconut. The doctors told us that it was a particularly rare allergen, and so it wasn't on any of the skin test panels they ran. When we found out what she was allergic to, we were relieved. So relieved. But in addition to feeling relieved, I delved into a bout of hysterical laughter. I laughed so hard I cried, and to this day, my husband tells me that he didn't know if I was crying from relief or pure happiness. You see, I come from a culture that uses coconut almost religiously. It's in our cooking, we break a coconut open at religious events, it's used in almost all sweets, it's in everything. The reason I was laughing was because of how much I hated one particular use for coconut. When I was a kid, pretty much up until I was in the 8th class, my mother would put coconut oil in my hair all the time. It looked greasy as hell, I hated it, and once I was old enough to start doing my own hair, I never put that stuff in my hair ever again. I was laughing so hard because of course I had a daughter with a severe allergy to the one thing I hated my entire life. We had a lot of fun telling people about her allergy, and everyone laughed because they all knew about my hatred for coconut oil. We told my mother and she laughed as well. She made jokes about how my baby must have heard me talking about my hatred for coconut oil while she was still cooking inside me and decided that she needed to hate it too. We all got a good laugh and left it at that. Or so I thought. My mother and I have always had a contentious relationship at best. We got along well enough, but we disagreed vehemently on certain topics. She wanted a traditional daughter who'd be religious, get a college degree in marriage, and marry a man that she and my father picked out, common where I'm from, have 2 kids, a house in the suburbs near her, and be a stay-at-home mom like her. I'm not religious in the slightest. I have 2 undergraduate degrees, went on to get a master's, and a PhD. Didn't get married until 27, late in my culture. And I married a man who was the polar opposite of what my parents wanted. As if this wasn't enough, I was a working mom who didn't need her to babysit since my husband and I made more than enough for a part-time nanny. Essentially, the best way I can summarize our relationship is by saying that she was very proud of me and loved to talk about my accomplishments. But I could always tell that she wished I was something else. We have a fair amount of safe topics that we can talk about, but I could never discuss anything too serious with her, such as politics or my career. Not because she'd get mad at me, but because she just wasn't interested. And I hate getting into conversations where I'm passionate about something, but the other person could care less. As far as raising my children, my mother would agree 99.9% of the time. She was hands off and respected all of my decisions, even if she didn't like them sometimes. Example, I chose not to raise my kids religiously, but I still took them to community events so they could understand their roots, and my mother never pushed them to pray. The only thing she continually got on my case about was the coconut oil thing. You see, my girls have very textured and curly hair. We don't really know where they got it from, considering my husband and I have pin straight hair that won't even hold a paperclip in it without slipping. I loved it. It was a little on the rough side, and my mother always insisted that a little bit of oil would make the curls soft and more defined. I always said no. Sure, we could use a different type of oil, but my girls were still so young and the allergy process had made me terrified of incorporating new things into their routine. I made sure I explained why to my mom too. She remembered what we'd gone through with my oldest daughter and her allergy. She brought me food and clothes at the hospital more than a few times. She helped me move all my furniture and clothes out of my house when I was eliminating every possible source of allergen. She taught me how to cook from scratch when I was eliminating certain foods from the kids' diet. She knew everything about my oldest daughter's struggle. To this day, I cannot understand how she did what happened next. November 2nd, 2005. I was giving a midterm that day to my students, and I had to be at my research lab late that night. My husband was away at some conference, and our nanny was down with the flu, so she couldn't watch the kids that day. So I had my mom come take them for the day. My son was almost 3 years old, and the girls were a year and a half old. Overnight visits with my parents weren't exactly common, but they weren't unusual either. They had always come back from these visits very happy and well taken care of, so I had no second thoughts about leaving them with my parents. They spoke to me on the phone after their lunch, and then around 5 p.m., we video chatted. The kids were also happy and healthy. I got home around 10:30 p.m. that night and called my mom to see if the kids were up by any chance, and I could say goodnight. I missed the kids by about 20 minutes. They had already gone to bed. So I talked to my mom for a little bit, but she's a pretty early sleeper too, so we hung up and went to bed. I woke up around 5 a.m. the next morning to go pick up my husband from the airport at 6. We were going to get breakfast together and then go pick up the kids. I picked up my husband and neither one of us was very hungry yet. So we thought it'd be a nice treat to pick up the kids first and go to breakfast/brunch with my parents. We got to my parents' house at 7:45 a.m. My parents were not there. My son was at the neighbor's house and ran outside with the neighbor as soon as he saw his daddy and me pull up. He was hysterical and crying and could not calm him down. My blood pressure was rising because now I'm thinking that something horrible had happened to my parents. My neighbor tells me that she isn't sure what's happening, but there was an ambulance at my parents' house at 6 a.m., and my dad had run over and woke them up to see if they could watch my son for a few hours until he got back. Of course, they'd said yes. I'm calling my parents nonstop at this point, and I'm getting frantic because I don't know what's happening. My son was still crying, but he was calmer. He still couldn't really explain to me what had happened though. I honestly don't remember the details of what happened next, but somehow we figured out that the ambulance was from X hospital nearby, and we broke several driving laws trying to get there. We got to the hospital, pulled into the emergency entrance that was for ambulances only, left the car, and bolted inside. A few nurses took notice of us immediately and were asking us what was wrong. I was calmer than my husband at this point, so I explained that I didn't know, but my twin girls and my parents were here somewhere. I'll never forget the look on that nurse's face. She knew exactly who I was in that moment, and she was about to cry. Another nurse took me and my husband to an empty room and asked us to calm down and listen to the doctor before we went to find my family. My mother had put coconut oil in both my daughter's hair before bed. The girls loved it when my mom did their hair, and so they had asked for braids, and my mom was doing their hair. She put coconut oil in both their hair because it would make for smoother braids. According to my son, my older daughter started to get a little dizzy and itchy when my mom was doing her hair, so my mom gave her some kids' Benadryl, which made her sleepy. Since it was close to bedtime anyways, the kids then went to bed. Giving her Benadryl was something we did whenever she had a mild reaction, since it usually meant she accidentally came across some coconut from a secondary source. We also showered her from head to toe immediately to erase any lingering traces of it. My mother simply gave her some Benadryl and kept the coconut oil in her hair and put her to fucking sleep. The Benadryl made her sleepy and unable to wake up or be conscious enough to wake up her brother or cry. She vomited in her sleep and the rash spread all over. Her little body was swollen to twice the size. She had asphyxiated in her sleep. She died painfully and slowly in the early hours of the morning. My mother had found her when she went to check on the kids in the morning around 7 a.m. She was already dead by then. My mother screamed, called for my dad, and that's when they'd gone to the hospital. My dad had not known about the coconut oil until my mom explained, and to this day, I've never seen my father so angry. He was still unable to look at my mother out of fury or look at me out of shame when I saw him at the hospital. They had rushed me to the hospital hoping there was some way to save my oldest daughter and to get my youngest daughter checked out immediately, since he thought she might have a mild allergy as well. I can't even explain to you the emotions my husband and I felt. I remember seeing my little girl and just being in denial. There was no way that she was gone. This had to be a horrible, horrible nightmare. The following days, the funeral, and explaining to my other kids what had happened are events I still can't talk about because it just breaks a part of me. My mother was investigated, as well as my entire family. I almost lost my kids to my country's version of CPS because they thought my kids were in danger. My husband and I had to fight tooth and nail to show that uprooting them during this time would be the worst thing for them at the moment. My mother was never arrested. My father did leave her, though they're not officially divorced. The majority of my mother's family refused to speak to her, and the few that do speak to her only do so on a limited basis. She currently lives on her own in a small town, and every couple of months I'll get a call from her telling me how sorry she is, and how she just wasn't thinking And can I please find a way to forgive her? She wants to come see me. The only thing I can find to ever say to her is, you can come see me when you bring my daughter with you. It's been 13 years. My oldest son just got his license this year, and my youngest daughter is going to start high school soon. Both of them are healthy, and they're turning into amazing adults. But neither one has been the same since my oldest daughter passed away. My oldest son is extremely protective of my youngest daughter and doesn't allow anyone to breathe rudely in his presence. My youngest daughter used to be so bubbly and such a talkative little kid, but she's quiet now. When she does speak, it takes some effort to hear her because she's so quiet. She told me a few years ago that she knows she was only a baby when it happened, but she feels incomplete all the time, like a part of her is missing. I didn't know what to say to her. If it weren't for my dear husband, I don't think I could have ever recovered from the loss of my daughter. We have helped each other through the loss. It's taken over a decade of therapy to even get to this point. I don't know what I expect to get out of typing all this out, but I've seen how much comfort this subreddit brings other posters, so hopefully I find some of the same peace. And that was the last post of today's Icebreaker.